One of the most historic days in the history of college football, and it's only one day in our rearview mirror. Lot to process, lot to digest. What does it mean for West Virginia? We will get to that over the next hour right here at the Voice of College Football. Of course, we got GBD, Golden Blue Dude, here to make it happen for us. Leave those comments and questions there in the live chat. We will get to them as we talk Mountaineers. We're just about 8 to 9 weeks away from college football. Can't wait for that. But
yeah,
GBD in the meantime, boy, a
earth-shattering
shook college football yesterday, because it's not just about USC, UCLA in the Big Ten. It's about what the next steps could look like.
Yeah. I've been getting a lot of questions about, well, where does this leave West Virginia, standing? Because what yesterday did by UCLA and USC going to the Big Ten, what that did was it showed everybody that the Big Ten and the SEC are serious. I've been talking about it for a while, but until it actually happens, people are like, yeah. I just don't see that happening, going to Blue. That's too far of a stretch for the Big Ten or the SEC, because the SEC was interested in those LA schools as well. They were going to one or the other. So I think it was the academic ties and the familiarity with the Big Ten that made the decision for Oregon and Washington. But moving forward, nobody's safe. Where's everybody going to end up? That's the big questions that I'm hearing right now. And the reason that's hard to predict is things change. So what might be more likely to happen now could change tomorrow based on, what happened yesterday. Like what happened yesterday changed, some possibilities. So things are changing, day to day because of big decisions like this. I've been talking about Notre Dame and West Virginia to the ACC, and that actually heated up even more on the Notre Dame boards when, they were saying, yeah, Notre Dame's definitely interested in the ACC. Well, at the time, people didn't realize what was going to happen yesterday. So now it's like, well, now the Big Ten wants Notre Dame. That was part of the reason why they pulled in USC, because that's a big-time rival for Notre Dame. And now if Notre Dame joins the Big Ten, USC doesn't have to be an out-of-conference. That can be counted as a conference game, and that frees up another out-of-conference, and they can pick one of their other rivalries outside of the Big Ten to fill that out-of-conference. The good news on that aspect is, in the past, Notre Dame has given the Big Ten a hard no several times. Hard no. But I don't think that matters now because of the money thing. So a lot of things up in the air right now.
A lot of things up in the air, and we know dominoes are falling. We just don't know, like, people that make those really complex domino chains that can go in all sorts of different directions. That's where we are right now, because if it goes one direction, then that means that other teams are going to counter and have to go in different directions at all. For example, let's start with your first step right there with Notre Dame in the Big Ten, or Notre Dame in the ACC. Well, we know that Notre Dame and the Big Ten are right now, they're discussing it, because we're hearing reports that Washington and Oregon applied to the Big Ten to follow suit with USC and UCLA, and the Big Ten has said,
denied them.
Hang on just a second. We'll get back to you in a minute. And it's funny because you do see the hierarchy of the whole thing and who really holds the leverage. The Big Ten can say to Washington and Oregon, hang on, we'll grab you if we need you, but we may not need you, or we may want one of you. But we're talking to Notre Dame right now.
Well, think about this, Mark. This is my opinion, but I think it holds true. I truly think that the future existence of the ACC hinges on Notre Dame. I think it comes down to that, because here's the thing. If Notre Dame does not join the ACC is not going to have any leverage to renegotiate that TV deal. Those teams are going to be looking at the Big Ten and the SEC, and Maryland, Rutgers, Illinois, Northwestern making bukus of money in football revenue. In the meantime, you got big brands like Clemson, North Carolina, Miami, Florida State, I know they're down, but they're a big brand. They're making chump change compared to the Big Ten, the SEC. So, if the SEC doesn't get Notre Dame, it's over. That's a fact. That is a fact. If the ACC does not get Notre Dame, you're done. You will get picked apart. So the very future of an entire conference hinges on one team, and that's kind of, I'm not going to say scary, but it's mind blowing when you think about it.
Yeah, because the Big Ten and the SEC already owned the board before all of this. I know a lot of people that just watch the football and don't pay attention to everything else that's going on. And I understand that. You're fans. You just want to watch the games. But, yeah, for those people that are just watching the playoff games in January, think, okay, the SEC owns everything and they rule the sport. Well, that's kind of half true. The Big Ten has been right there with them financially. Right along the way in terms of revenue, TV revenue. If you look at the TV ratings, the top 10 or 15 games in the nation, they're every year basically the Big Ten and the SEC. And the rear ends in the seats, those are the largest stadiums, and the best per average attendance is both the Big Ten and the SEC. So bottom line, they already had this significant advantage, like double the money plus over the other three conferences. And then Texas, Oklahoma, and then USC, UCLA, and the Big Ten looking at the Los Angeles market. Now they're going to explode. And
it's going to get ridiculous.
Now we know, Chris, why the Big Ten was holding off the TV deal.
Exactly.
We got a Trump in our back pocket here. Now we got the LA market.
You know what's funny? So before yesterday, I make a lot of scenario prediction videos, all possible, all equally possible. And whenever I came out with, Oregon, Washington, USC, and UCLA either going to the Big Ten or the SEC, the blowback that I would get from Pac-12 fans, that'll never happen going to Blue. And it wasn't the geography argument that they were pushing the most. They did push that, but the biggest thing was the higher learning aspect that they kept throwing at me. The Pac-12 is filled with a bunch of universities that's more about higher learning, that's above everybody else, that makes more money through that avenue. And they would always throw out the argument, Pac-12 teams, we make way more money through our academics and research than we do through football. So that's why it will never happen. Now, since this happened, I'm hearing from USC and UCLA fans now, now there's only so much room for, we're safe, we're good. Now y'all fight over the remainder, 12, 16 spots, whatever that's going to be left in the Big Ten and the SEC. And the reason they give that number is because, and I'm with them on this. I think the Big Ten and the SEC are going to be pushing towards 24, maybe 32 teams per team or per conference, split off from the NCAA and create their own entity. So a lot of brands are going to be wondering if they make the cut. And that's why I've been making videos about West Virginia's fan base, West Virginia's revenue. We actually do make the cut, but that doesn't mean that we would get the nod because there's a lot of politics involved. A lot of, no, we just don't want them just because of the name. We don't like West Virginia, keep them out. But if you go by the numbers, West Virginia should make the cut.
So if I'm following your line of thinking, okay, we're using Notre Dame as the fork in the road, let's say.
Right.
So if you're West Virginia and you find out a week from now, bam, we find out Notre Dame, they're going to the ACC in football, going to be in the ACC, full-fledged member of the ACC, then you're thinking, whew, okay, it's Notre Dame, it's Florida State, it's Miami, it's Clemson. They got a good foundation there, and they bring on this blue blood that's got all sorts of money and brand and image. Hopefully the ACC, now that they're with 15 with Notre Dame, they need another partner to make it a nice 16 to match the Big Ten and the SEC. Hey, grab us. But if Notre Dame falls to the Big Ten, then you're thinking, okay, where can the ACC go to get somebody to stabilize and anchor that conference? Maybe the Big 12.
That's their only option.
If this doesn't work out with Oregon, Washington to the Big Ten, Utah, Colorado. Maybe the Big 12 is going to get even stronger. Maybe they'll go out there and get some semblance of those teams, and maybe we'll want to just stay part of this. And even though it's not the Big Ten or the SEC, it's still going to be, relevant.
Yeah, I think it's a simple either or scenario. If Notre Dame goes to the ACC, West Virginia is going to Notre Dame, going with Notre Dame to the ACC. That's what I've been hearing all along. Does yesterday change that? Maybe, but if it still does happen, it's going to be Notre Dame and West Virginia. Now, if Notre Dame doesn't go to the ACC and they go to the Big Ten, West Virginia should not go to the ACC. They should stay put because that's it. It's over for the ACC. So, like I said, I made a video about this earlier, particularly about West Virginia. Our future, our decision-making is hinging on Notre Dame as well, because if they don't go to the ACC, West Virginia needs to not go to the ACC. That would be a very bad decision at that point in time. Notre Dame says, actually, Big Ten brought in USC, and they're going to bring in Oregon with us. I think we like it now, so we're going to go to the Big Ten. So, that happens. West Virginia stays in the Big 12. And the Big 12 needs to expand. And the interesting thing about that is I actually got a message earlier from one of my subscribers, and he kind of copy and pasted a remark from John Kurtz, who has some pretty good sources in the Big 12, and some direct quotes from officials in the Big 12. So I want to read that real quick and show people the mindset of the Big 12 now. And it's completely different from a year ago under Bob Bowlesby. So he says, the Big 12 with newly named commissioner Brett Yormark plans to go on the offensive, okay, and seek more new members. He said sources said that. The Big 12 could add Arizona, Arizona State, Utah, and Colorado, along with new members BYU, Cincinnati, Houston, and UCF, to get to 16 teams after OU and Texas leave for the SEC. Other Big 12 sources prefer Washington and Oregon. Almost said Oregon State. Washington and Oregon as a part of the Big 12. The Big 12 has never been aggressive in conference realignment, but they should contact those 4 Pac-12 schools and tell them, come on aboard, because there's nothing left in the Pac-12. We're not sitting back this time, is what he says. We're not sitting back. That killed us in the past. We're looking to strengthen our conference. So the pressure is being put on this time. It's not, okay, we're just going to let them decide and we're going to be okay with it. Now there's actual pressure being put on Big 12 officials to go after teams. Some prefer, the Arizona State, Utah, and Colorado combo. Some prefer the Oregon, Washington, Colorado, Utah combo. And some prefer the Arizona State, Oregon, and Washington. A combo of 4 teams between those 6 teams is what they're wanting the Big 12 to go for. And that would help the Big 12 from being extinct. And it's a win-win because the Pac-12 is now a sinking ship. So that's actually incentive for those Pac-12 teams to come on board to the Big 12, whereas that incentive didn't exist 30 days ago. They thought the Pac-12 was fine, and they were renegotiating a really good TV deal. That TV deal just went to the toilet.
Yeah, because we typically think of a power move made by an SEC or a Big Ten as hurting everyone else. But in this instance, it may open up the door because of the Pac-12 crumbling and the Big 12 being the closest connected conference to take advantage of that. And like you say, they kind of come in pairs. Washington and Oregon, Utah and Colorado, Arizona State, obviously. And that's the way the Pac-12 obviously matches them up in terms of the final weekend of the season, at least the final 2 that I mentioned there. I got to think.
Here's the caveat. If the Big 12 doesn't do anything, then they're at risk for getting picked apart. So it's either do something or, then you get picked apart, because the Big 10 could come in and get a Kansas. They could get a Kansas State, an Iowa State, an Oklahoma State. Heck, they could get Texas Tech now. So right now it's do or die for the Big 12. Same for the ACC.
Absolutely. There's only two certainties right now in the sport, and it's the SEC and the Big Ten. So if the Big Ten is thinking, okay, well, the SEC could counter us with Florida State, Clemson, some combination of those schools in the ACC, then they're looking at, of course, they're hoping Notre Dame, and then past that, whether that's picking off the two strongest members of the Pac-12 being Washington, Oregon, most likely, or they go to the Big 12 or some combination of the two. But I like what you're saying about the Big 12, and I talked about that yesterday as well in regards to, yes, they better fortify and stabilize their situation before, just because they took these four from the group of five and the best four that they could possibly find, that was good to save them in the meantime. But these conferences are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So add on, and really, what's a worst case scenario for West Virginia in all this?
I would say the worst case scenario would be Notre Dame does join the Big Ten, the ACC gets picked apart, and then so does the Big 12, and West Virginia is not part of the equation. If Notre Dame goes to the Big Ten, so that's off the deal. The ACC starts getting picked apart, so don't want to go there. But then the place that you're staying at also gets picked apart. And now, if West Virginia's on the menu, as far as the Big Ten or the SEC grabbing out of the Big 12, then hey, no big deal. Let's move on. But if we're not on the menu, that's when we have a problem. But I don't think that's going to happen, simply because the last conference realignment, West Virginia actually was on the menu for the SEC. And in fact, the SEC was about to send them an invite, and ESPN said, whoa. We want to, we have a strong presence in the Mid-Atlantic with, Kentucky. We're good. Let's try to stretch a little farther west along with Texas A&M. So let's bring in Missouri. And the SEC had to oblige because ESPN was holding the money for them. So instead of West Virginia, they chose Missouri. So I guess the biggest question is, would West Virginia still be on the menu for the SEC? That's the $1 million question. Well, $1 billion question.
And you, of course, prefer the ACC because it's just such a better natural fit. And you've got those rivalries working with Pitt and Virginia Tech in particular.
But having said that, I prefer the ACC because of the rivalries and because of travel and because it makes the most sense. But whatever's best for West Virginia, that's what really needs to happen. If the ACC is doomed to be picked apart, then I don't want any part of that. If the ACC can't renegotiate that TV deal and they make horrible money, I don't want any part of that, because the biggest thing about West Virginia and Notre Dame joining the ACC is giving the ACC the leverage to renegotiate that TV deal and make better money, good money. I still don't think it's going to be up there with the Big Ten or the SEC, but if they can find a number, sit down with Clemson, sit down with Miami, sit down with Florida State, North Carolina, all your big brands, what will keep you to stay? What's going to keep you in the ACC? Because something that people don't realize, in the ACC, it's a little bit different. Those teams actually like the ACC. They just don't like the money. If the ACC can get to a number that those teams, okay, it's not, top of the line, but it's enough for us to stay because we do like it here, then that's doable. But if they can't, then you can say bye-bye to the big brands and bye-bye to the ACC.
I know it's been talked about in the past, and Mind's Eye brings it up right here. Any possibility in your mind that West Virginia gets plucked up by the SEC?
It's very possible, actually, just because there's already a precedent to it because of the last conference realignment. We barely didn't make the cut, but we were in the conversation. And a lot of people were like, well, that's history, and you didn't make the cut. Yeah, but to actually be on the table is a big deal. The SEC doesn't just throw darts and whatever name it lands on. Oh, okay, let's talk to them. No, the teams that they're thinking about, they know that they add something to the conference in some way, whatever advantages that they're thinking of. So, since West Virginia's already been on the table in the past, then yeah, they could most definitely be on the table this time. Confidence level, though, that's where I run into conflicting emotions because it depends on what else happens. Are they, is the Big Ten going to turn down Oregon and Washington flat if Notre Dame says no? And if they do turn them down flat, does the SEC counter the Big Ten by grabbing Oregon and Washington? Hey, the Big Ten's gone coast to coast. Let's do it too. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of, right now we're looking at musical chairs, and there's still some chairs that are empty. But if those chairs get filled up, even if they were thinking about you before on the table, too bad. The chairs are filled.
If Notre Dame turns down the Big Ten, I can't imagine that the Big Ten is going to turn down Washington and Oregon and leave them out there for the SEC to pluck, because they've already grabbed USC and UCLA. They create a 16-team conference, and they've got a perfect pod out there. This is what I was looking at for pods for the Big Ten. If they get Washington and Oregon, they've got a perfect 4-team pod out there on the West Coast with USC, UCLA, Washington, Oregon. Then they got a perfect pod with Nebraska, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa. I named it the Big Ten Midwest Division. And then the Central Division's right in line: Michigan, Michigan State, Indiana, Purdue. And then the Big Ten East is Ohio State, Penn State, Rutgers, Maryland. You've split up the conference in 4 divisions, at least until the next super, grab of teams coming. But yeah, to your point, like, it was just Talk as Pitt says, I disagree that the ACC can survive. I would have normally said that maybe in the past, but I think everyone's in agreement on where this is headed. And you got these 2 superpowers just grabbing teams up. And if the ACC stands pat with 14 teams, and the SEC and the ACC, or the SEC and the Big Ten, start grabbing up towards 20, that imbalance isn't going to fly.
Last year and this year proved that if you sit around and you do nothing and you don't go out and get members, you're going to get picked apart. So any fan of any team in the ACC that's saying the ACC will survive if we don't get anybody, that is false. You are not going to survive if you don't go out and get somebody. It's been proven 2 years in a row. Now, does the Pac-12 and the Big 12 exist? Well, yeah, they still exist. But, man, they took some big hits, and the big hits might not be done. It's like a precedent. Now it could happen. And so it can happen again. Before the precedent is set, then you can live in that illusion of, it can't happen to us. We don't need to go out and get teams. We're fine. But then the precedent is set. If you keep saying that after the precedent, then you're just lying to yourself, because literally the precedent has been set. I think the Pac-12 is done for sure. Like, they're done. There is no coming back from this. Whether the Big Ten grabs Oregon and Washington or whether the SEC does, it doesn't matter. Number one, you already lost UCLA and USC, your 2 biggest moneymakers, biggest TV market in the Pac-12. And then you dogpile on top of that Washington and Oregon. And now, since that rumor was floating around, I know the Big Ten has said, no, waiting on Notre Dame. But just since that rumor started, other teams in the Pac-12 are looking for landing spots. So we could be looking at, the Pac-12 survives, but you're basically looking at the Mountain West.
Yeah.
That's what I warned about the Big 12. The Big 12 can't be losing power members and gaining group of 5 members and still call itself a power conference. That's not how it works. Eventually, if you keep doing that, you're going to be full of group of 5 members and you're a group of 5 conference. Even if they're the best group of 5 teams, there's a reason that they were group of 5 for so long. Now, maybe eventually they could build themselves up into something, into a Power 5 team, but you can't have a conference get depleted of all their power members and, get filled with a group of 5 members and say, hey, we're fine. That's a delusion right there.
Web security, I'm right there with you. I posted a video right after we got done with the USC UCLA talk yesterday and immediately went to work on why Notre Dame should join the Big Ten right now. And I pretty much hit on all those points. In my estimation, it comes down to academics, geography, rivalries, and of course, money.
Yeah, Notre Dame checks all the boxes.
And to me, looking at it the other way, the Big Ten checks those boxes for Notre Dame as well.
Right, exactly. So it's always baffled me why Notre Dame's, turned them down so many times because of pride and wanting to stay independent in that, NBC contract. You would think a university like Notre Dame would have more forward-thinking people than to be stuck in that rut. I mean, common sense tells you that's not sustainable forever, especially in the direction that college football has been moving over the past 20 years. That's not sustainable. It's just not.
I love and I understand it. Part of me admires this self-awareness, I guess you could call it, or lack of awareness that we're just different than everybody else. We're different and we can be different. BYU is pretty much the last independent off the board. The other ones that are listed under independent, if you look up college football standing, they don't matter at all. They're completely insignificant. New Mexico State and UMass or somebody else, they don't matter. So BYU is gone. Notre Dame is the last independent. What do you want to have happen if you're Notre Dame? And I understand Notre Dame's, do they want to just be fine? They're going to be fine regardless. But do you want to put yourself in the best position? And if every time another domino falls, it eliminates more opportunity. So if they keep falling over the next 6 months, 2 years, whatever the time frame, and then you get into a situation where, we have to take the ACC's offer because.
Yep. Notre Dame, you got to push your pride to the side because, yes, you will, I guess, be fine if you stay independent. But the bottom line is you won't be able to keep up in recruiting because you're not going to make the money to keep up in recruiting. So you're going to fall in the power standings. And in order to keep up with everybody else, you're going to have to join a conference. The Notre Dame fans that say we're staying independent no matter what, that's just false. Notre Dame is not going to stay independent. I don't know if they're going to go with the ACC or actually join the Big Ten, which is probably their best option, or the SEC. I would say the SEC, no. I would say it's between the Big Ten or the ACC. But independence is not – that's the thing of the past. Notre Dame cannot keep sustaining a winning tradition if they stay independent.
And yes, the Big 12 needs to move and they need to act right now. They've got a number of viable programs on the western half of the United States for the taking, and they're good fits for the conference. You're going to have a fight here, TBD, with Uncle Lou, between Uncle Lou and you got a few other people in here. Thomas think West Virginia has no leverage. Nobody wants them.
What conference are they in?
West Virginia's in the Big 12, and based on our statistics that we were reviewing a couple weeks ago, have arguably the largest fan base in the conference.
Yeah, I mean, I know recently the SEC took Oklahoma and Texas, but back when an invite was sent to West Virginia from the Big 12, was Oklahoma and Texas still members at the time? I forget. I think so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were still members. So we're in a power conference. Yes, it's gotten its biggest brands picked from them, but it had its biggest brands whenever it got West Virginia. So conferences do see value in West Virginia. It's just, you don't want to go from one conference to another conference that's going to get picked apart as far as the ACC goes. So for West Virginia to go to the ACC, Notre Dame has to be part of the equation. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. We'll jump from a possible sinking ship, but maybe not to an actual sinking ship.
I don't know what you think about whether this is good for college football, but I keep getting that question. Is this good for college football? Just like everybody was asking that question a year ago at this time. And to me, it's not good for college football. But the problem is, and why nobody does anything about it, is because just look at the structure of the sport. Everybody's in it for themselves. The
I've tried to
conferences,
explain this to people, actually.
the conferences are all separate. So put yourself in the position of, I think this happens with politicians sometimes when they go to Washington. I think when they start their career, they're actually wanting to do good. They're wanting to make change. They're trying to do good. They get caught up in this monstrosity of a system, and then it's just all about self-survival and just trying to win the next election and just maintain a career. So you make this compromise and that compromise, and I'm going to try to do good, but it doesn't really work out for these people. And there's no overarching authority over the sport, whether that be a commissioner or a governing board, like there is in the NFL. In the NFL makes decisions for the good of everyone because they want the entire sport to thrive in the entire league. They don't make a decision for the AFC West that hurts the AFC East. But in college football, nobody has a boss. So every conference is just going to do what's best for it.
That's exactly right. And what we're experiencing are fans that have already gone through this, because there's been eras, okay? So there was a big change, significant change, I'd say late 40s, early 50s, transitioning out of that period of college football into this. I would say there was another transition maybe in the early 80s to more, recent college football history. And now we're making the next transition into the next era of college football. Now, this will probably be the biggest transition. But my point is, just like previous transitions, we will get used to it. It will become normal. The problem is people don't like change. And when you're in the middle of it, you're like, man, this feels way off. This doesn't feel normal. But, we get 10 years under our belt under this, new way we run college football, and it will eventually become normal. We just got to get through this change part and figuring out who's going to make the cut and who's not. And the teams that don't make the cut, yes, that sucks, but all is not lost, because here's what's going to happen. Whenever those 64 teams split from the NCAA and create their own entity, you're going to have a subdivision, kind of like the Group of Five, although they're still labeled FBS, and they'll have their own playoffs and they'll have their own national championships. So the teams like, your Colorado States, probably Oregon State, Washington State will probably be relegated down to that bunch. But, Memphis, Coastal Carolinas, Marshalls, they'll still have a chance to play for their own national championship. So there'll still be something to play for and money to be made. And who knows, maybe there's a scenario where somebody can pretty much own that division, make enough money that catches the eyes of the next division, kind of like how teams get pulled up from the FCS up into the FBS because they catch the eyes. Oh, man, they're dominating the FCS. They're making a lot of money. They don't go into Power 5 conferences immediately, but they get put into the Group of Fives. But the point is, they graduate them from the FCS to the FBS, Group of 5. So I could see a scenario where the original 64 make the cut, but there could be teams that don't make the cut that dominate that subdivision so much that it catches the eyes of the 64 that did make the cut and say, hey, guys, these guys are good enough and they're going to make money for us. Let's bring them on up with us.
To tack on to your original point about transitions in college football throughout the decades and then becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, one of the big reasons why, money is an amplifier. It's an amplifier of good, amplifier of bad. We've got so much more money on the table, therefore the changes are going to be bigger and more seismic than they've ever been. And also people at times ask the question about, well, don't these institutions have deals with the conference and who pays that? Well, when you're making $30 million a year and you can go to a conference that's going to make $95 million a year and your payout to get out of that conference is $25 million, boom, you pay it, or you work with the Big Ten or the SEC and they pay half of it, whatever the deal is, you wipe it out because you're making that money back in a year plus. So that's all good.
My question would be this for Notre Dame. Okay. So whenever the top 60 or 64 teams, and I think it'll be set up kind of like the NFL where the Big Ten will be the AFC and the SEC will be the NFC. You get the analogy. They'll be together, but they'll be like separate conferences. For Notre Dame, how would you, would they pull Notre Dame up with them without them being a part of either the Big Ten or the SEC? That's my biggest question.
Run that by me again.
So you have the Big Ten. Let's say it's the top 64, right?
Yep.
You have the Big Ten with 32, and you have the SEC with 32, right?
Sure.
Will they allow Notre Dame to come with them and break apart if Notre Dame is not part of either?
Oh, if they're that stubborn to maintain
yeah.
their independent status.
Yeah.
Oh, so Notre Dame's going to have this. They're going to be completely off. 32-32, Notre Dame. Wouldn't that be weird? But it's been weird forever. They've been by themselves. But for anybody that's under like 25, 30 years old, think of this. Like if we were sitting here in the early 90s, Miami Independent, South Carolina Independent, Florida State Independent, Louisville, Syracuse, Penn State, and a bunch of others. Yes, there we go. But now Notre Dame. So I would think and I would hope that between those two conferences, they would say, no, we are not playing football with you. You need to be like everybody else. You're not special. There's 64 here. There can't be one of you. It'd be tough for them to make out a schedule, but then again, they'd have 64 teams to choose from, but most of them are playing within conference play after September. That would be insane to me if Notre Dame was allowed to get away with that.
I would say it comes down to this. Notre Dame can join the Big Ten out of choice right now, or they're going to have to join the Big Ten out of necessity later. That's what it's going to come down to. So if you want to keep your pride in Notre Dame, I would take it as a choice, not out of necessity. Because when you're forced to do something out of necessity, that takes a shot to the old pride right there. So if you really have that Irish pride like you say you do, then you need to do what's best for Notre Dame right now. The word independent doesn't mean anything now. I know, and I'm not trying to lump all Notre Dame fans into this because I know a lot of Notre Dame fans are, hey, we need to get into a conference because we see what's coming. But the ones that will not budge off the independence, they got to understand that means nothing these days. Being labeled independent doesn't make you special, doesn't make you unique. It makes you stubborn.
Notre Dame, one of their incentives in staying independent has been, we want to keep this national profile and play all over the country. Go to USC, go to Stanford, play Navy. All right, well, you already got USC in the Big Ten Conference. You can also go out to the Rose Bowl and play UCLA on occasion. And you're going to have 3 non-conference games. You can keep, if you really want to hold to this Navy, and I'm all for it. It's a rivalry. Navy and Notre Dame play every year, and then you got 2 other games you can schedule outside of that.
Yeah. What if, now this is a big what if because I don't think it's happening. What if Notre Dame says, thanks, but no thanks, and the Big Ten pulls another move and it's like, all right, well, now we're going to get Stanford. Will you come with Stanford? That could be because I really think that part of this motive for them going out and get USC is they want Notre Dame. The Big Ten wants Notre Dame. So I think part of that move, maybe not all of it, but part of that move was to entice Notre Dame. And if Notre Dame is still stubborn and says no, Big Ten's like, all right, well, let's just say we would also bring in Stanford. Would you say yes then? They could pull a move like that, even though I'm not sure what all Stanford brings to the table. I mean, they've been decent in football, and their academics are tremendous. So there's that. They do bring something to the table, but not quite as much as Oregon and Washington when it comes to athletics. But it could be another power move where they're like, hey, suppose we get Stanford. Would that change your mind?
So I brought that up as well. We did a live stream last night. I kind of picked apart the Pac-12, and I served that up as well. Notre Dame and Stanford. Okay. The cons with Stanford are pretty much just simply who watches Stanford. Nobody goes to the games. That's pretty much the con. I can't really, besides that, I'm not going to pretend to be a know-it-all in terms of how much of this weighs in terms of the football, but the football tied to the money, of course, is enormous, and then the academics of it. So the Big Ten would, from an academic standpoint, would love to have Stanford. The Big Ten takes a lot of pride in showing we've got all these high-level institutions like Northwestern and Michigan, et cetera, and now to have Notre Dame and Stanford, the Big Ten, the schools themselves would just trip over themselves for that. Okay. From a football and money standpoint, we know that Stanford's capable of building a good football program. They've done it. They've been there within the last 10 years, been really good. They bring a TV market. Now, how engaged that TV market, San Francisco, San Jose, it's a large TV market. Now, how engaged, interested they are is very minimal. But do they start to get engaged and interested, and especially with all the transplants from the Midwest that live in California, do they start to get interested in football more if Stanford's playing Michigan and Stanford's playing Ohio State and they're playing Penn State and Notre Dame in conference? Maybe it isn't attractive. And the endowment from that school and all that money academically,
hundreds of millions. You're describing, you know what you just described? You just described the ACC problem. And what I mean by that is whenever I looked up the numbers for people that identify as a football fan of a particular team, without Notre Dame, Syracuse is actually number one. And you have a bunch of teams. You have, Miami, you have Florida State, all top 10. The problem with the ACC is their teams suck. So the ACC isn't able to tap into those fan bases. If the ACC, think about this. The ACC's problem could be self-help. They could help themselves if their teams could be good because they would get more fan support. They would generate more TV revenue because the source of all this is the fans. The generated money from watching the games, from going to the games, from buying merchandise, all that stuff, fan generated. So Syracuse, the number one fan base, not including Notre Dame in football, as far as people that identify themselves as Syracuse football fans, over 3 million. Number one, they can't fill the Carrier Dome. So it does them no good that they have over 3 million people that identify as a football fan if they don't watch the games. So if the ACC wants to do something, help yourself first, fans. I'm talking to ACC fans right now. If you're in the chat and you're a fan of an ACC team right now and you want your conference to survive, you want the ACC logo to remain, and you want to remain a power conference, your fan bases have got to support their teams more, because West Virginia falls at number 8. If West Virginia and Notre Dame were to get the invite and join the ACC, Notre Dame number 1, West Virginia number 8. But we would get more fan support from Florida State fans right now because they suck. Syracuse fans because they certainly suck right now. Even more than Miami right now, although Miami is on the up and up, so that could actually flip right now. But you get the picture. We would get more fan support than some of the bigger names, not because we have a bigger fan base, but because our fans support the team more than some of these bigger brands do. So, I mean, honestly, the ACC has nobody but themselves to blame whenever it comes to this particular problem, because you're not supporting your teams enough to make them valuable enough to invest in. Oh, yeah, congratulations, Syracuse. You have the biggest fan base, but they don't support the team. So does that number even matter? You have to support your team for that number to matter. And that's one way that West Virginia would actually help the ACC, because not only are you bringing in a fan base that supports their team a lot, you're also going to bring fans from the existing fan bases to the games when they play West Virginia, because all the rivals that West Virginia used to play that are now in the ACC, they love it. They love to hate West Virginia. They love it when their team plays West Virginia. That's the one game that they're definitely going to watch. I mean, talking about Syracuse, seriously, man, whenever we were in the Big East and Syracuse was bad and when we were good, we would go up to the Dome and that thing would be packed to capacity, probably beyond capacity. Fire marshal probably got involved. And they would beat us because of that road environment. I hated the every other year that we had to go up to the Dome. I hated that. It didn't matter if they were, a 2-win team that year. They still had a chance to beat us. If they brought that much passion to every opponent, I think their team would be better. I think they would be able to recruit better, and the worth of their team would be much higher. So, that's one way that West Virginia would help the ACC, bring in the passionate fan base that they already have, and they would bring out the passion of the fans that are already there. Your Syracuse fans, your believe it or not, Boston College fans. They love a good West Virginia game. Of course, certainly your Pitt fans, definitely. And how many times have we watched an ACC game where Pitt Stadium is half empty? The one game this year, the one home game that Pitt plays that's going to be packed out, if you had to guess which game would that be, what game would you guess? It would be the Backyard Brawl.
Yes.
Without a doubt.
Question.
Same goes for Virginia Tech. That place is going to, well, to Virginia Tech's credit, they actually do support their team pretty well. But it's going to be packed out every time they play West Virginia, no matter what. It could be the last game of the year. Both teams have one win. Doesn't matter. It would be packed out. Louisville, another good example. They've fallen on hard times. You look at their stadium towards the middle of the season when they start realizing it's not a good team. It's mediocre. It starts dwindling down. Well, if you were to schedule West Virginia at the end of the season, even with 4 or 5 win season, Louisville fans would pack out the stadium. Same with Miami. I mean, big brand. Not very good fan support right now. You throw West Virginia down there, they're going to pack it out.
I do think that there are certain challenges and scenario situations, certain things in place that create it to be more difficult for some fan bases to get to the venue. So like if you're in Los Angeles, if USC's great, the stadium's going to be full. But if you live in Los Angeles, the traffic's awful. It becomes an all-day event. I don't know how many of you people watching have been to Los Angeles or spent much time out there, but where New York City is like just everybody's on top of each other and the city's a million miles high, LA's like spread out over miles. It's basically a state unto itself. And you can be in LA and be 3 hours away from the game. So especially not even counting traffic practically. So I just think it'll be interesting, how many people in LA that are fringe football fans get excited if UCLA's playing and they're playing Washington State.
Yeah.
Or they're playing Utah. And nothing against Utah. They're a really good football program, but they just not a lot of cachet there. As opposed to now, there's going to be a lot more Penn State, Michigan.
Well, look at it this way. They're going to have Rose Bowl matchups before the postseason.
Yes.
Like instead of having to have a good season, maybe we'll get to play the champion of the Big Ten or the runner-up, depending on if the champion gets to the playoffs or not. But instead of having to get through that, you get to play that team that maybe you were hoping to play in the Rose Bowl in the regular season. Your Michigans, your Ohio States, your Wisconsins, your Iowas, all those great teams, Michigan States, Penn States. Those crowds are going to be absolutely jacked. There's a big-time give and take for both USC and UCLA. The teams that are already in the Big Ten, traveling to UCLA and USC, that's going to suck. That's a long trip, but they only had to do it once. Every other year. They don't even have to do it every year unless they schedule, a road UCLA and a home USC and vice versa, then it's still just once a year. You flip that around, and as a West Virginia fan, I can directly relate to this. You flip that around, UCLA and USC, all but one of their road games, which is going to be against each other. They're going to keep that game. Trust me, that's going to happen every year. That crosstown rivalry. Other than that, every single road game is going to be across the country. Now, I can speak from experience. That does affect the athletes. Now, USC certainly recruits at a higher level than West Virginia, so it's going to be more doable, but it's still going to affect them. Maybe a loss that they shouldn't have taken, they take because they're fatigued from traveling so much. And a lot of people want to point out, well, in this day and age, going to Blue, the planes. Yeah, I get that. But it still takes a toll having to check your bags, get in a plane, fly, get out of the plane, check your bags, go to a hotel, check in, stay overnight, check out, and then play the game, and then repeat the whole process all over again. You do that one time, fine. That, no big deal. You do that twice, okay, that's still doable. You get up there to 3, 4, and 5 times a year, that starts to get to you mentally.
Yeah, that's a grind. And the SEC expanded Oklahoma, Texas, but now they got a 16-team league where they can kind of divide it into little regions. And basically, if you're Texas, most of your games are going to be against LSU and Texas A&M and Arkansas, and right there in your little pod. Sure, you'll have to jump over to South Carolina or go down to Florida once in a while, but most of your games are going to be within, 400 or 500 miles. They're going to be right there. USC and UCLA, every road game, all the way across the country. Closest game, Nebraska, other than playing each other. Your other 4 games are going to be, and then we won't even get into what this does to other sports, but we're hearing, I don't know if you've heard this, that it could be just a football, men's and women's basketball deal.
That would probably be a good decision. And that's why I explained it the way I explained it, because whenever people talk about the travel, they're like, well, they can fly. Okay. But you can't just think of it as flying. You got to think of everything that is involved in getting on a flight, getting off a flight, getting into your hotel, getting out of your hotel, playing the game, and then checking your bags, getting on the flight again, getting off, all that stuff. I'm sure they'll have a charter plane and all that stuff, but still, it's not just they're walking onto a plane and flying onto the field and playing football.
And think of
There's
this.
a lot more to it than that.
If it would extend to the other sports, think about this. If you're a baseball player and you play 50 games and you play 30 some conference games, and besides playing, let's say you're a USC baseball player, except for playing UCLA, every team you play on the road, you got to travel all the way across the country. So if you're playing Maryland, Rutgers, Penn State, Ohio State, etc., all those, you're not going to be traveling all the way across the country, then coming all the way back, then going back the next weekend and traveling all. So then do you take this, just kind of live on the East Coast for like 6 weeks at a time and playing Penn State and Rutgers and Ohio State? And then you got to figure after that type of gauntlet that the average kid would be saying, why did I get a scholarship and decide to play baseball at UCLA if I'm going to spend 6 weeks at a time on the East Coast?
Forget about family watching,
the Midwest.
Extended family watching your road games. I mean, over on the Eastern Seaboard, that's not happening. Not every game, at least.
Folks, we appreciate you being here. Typically, this is just solid start to finish West Virginia talk. But of course, we've got seismic changes in college football that could affect the Mountaineers, will affect the Mountaineers, and will affect everybody in some way, whether that's a bigger, badder Big 12, or that's a transition to the ACC, whatever that turns out to be, it's going to affect West Virginia football and everybody else. To acknowledge and also read off Brady's comment. Thank you so much for the super chat contribution. We appreciate that, sir. I hope this is a little hyperbole here. So I get
later on it was.
I get your point. And it's a good point. If Notre Dame dropped football tomorrow, nobody could care. Nobody would notice. College football will thrive no matter what. Nobody ever says, can't wait to watch Notre Dame today. let's understand that college football is bigger than any school. If Ohio State decided tomorrow we're not playing football, well, the state of Ohio would be up in arms, and there'd be people all over the country that love college football that would miss, okay, well, there's a great team not playing, but we were sitting here 5 years from now, there's still a zillion other great teams, and we'd still be watching college football. So the sport can survive without any one school for sure, but a lot of people care about Notre Dame, and Notre Dame's a major, major player.
You know, I've been a passionate college football fan first my entire life. Now, of course, I'm a diehard West Virginia fan through and through, but I just love college football. Whenever the season rolls around, I am watching every single game. And the reason I'm saying this is because of that comment you just read, okay? Maybe it's just me, okay? Maybe it's just me and my brain is working differently. But over the past, I don't know, at least 5 years, maybe longer than that. Actually, I would say ever since Alabama smashed Notre Dame in the national championship, I have been finding myself, whenever College Football Saturday rolls around and there's a Notre Dame game, whether they're ranked, whether they're not, doesn't matter what their record is, I'm finding myself, and it's weird that I'm remembering this specifically, but I truly am. I am remembering this specifically. I'm finding myself having a choice between Notre Dame and another game, and very rarely do I choose the Notre Dame game. Now, is that because there's more relevant teams on? Perhaps. Is it because the product that Notre Dame has been putting out has been a little bit bland? Perhaps. But I've noticed in recent years, my attention has not been grabbed by Notre Dame games.
Chris, I am right there with you. And I think for me, I never thought of it this way, but while you were starting to explain that, I thought of two reasons for me. Number one, ESPN's college football wall to wall, and Fox, FS1, Fox / they're at least on Saturday, they're college football wall to wall, and they were showing games on Thursday and Friday, and we've got it programmed in our heads. You go to ESPN, you go to Fox, and you're watching college football. CBS has been showing the SEC games since the early 90s. So we got a program. The SEC is going to, or the CBS is going to show an SEC game or a doubleheader SEC games. But this just having one single game, and it's Notre Dame on NBC. Notre Dame will be playing some really good matchups, and I'm so entrenched on. I'm going to ESPN, ESPN2, CBS, Fox, FS1, that I'll be like, I'll have to see the score go across the screen. I'll be like, oh yeah, USC,
Right.
Notre Dame, they're in the second quarter right now. I'll see what's going on, but I don't think about turning on NBC.
Right. And you know, the big argument for Notre Dame staying independent is that NBC contract. I hate to burst your bubbles in Notre Dame fans, but that actually might be working against you being on NBC, because the one thing that ESPN does great besides broadcast the actual games is building up these games. College game day. You know, the build up itself might be as good as the game sometimes. The stuff that they do, the Lee Corso pick, you know, all that stuff is great. And it's not just the game of the day. They talk about all the games of the day. And it's a show. It is an awesome thing. I can't imagine college football without it now. And NBC does not do that.
No,
Not even close.
no.
I think that would help Notre Dame football and its brand if NBC would get more involved in their Notre Dame games, because
Yes.
basically what you get is a little preview. Hey, here's what Notre Dame's done. You know, here's the injuries. Here's who's available. I don't even know if they do a prediction of any of the games. I doubt it, but I could be wrong about that. But it's just a little pregame nonsense, no buildup, no nothing, no suspense, and boom, here's a Notre Dame game. And then afterwards, maybe a 5-10 minute, you know, review of it, and then on to regular programming. So you don't feel like you're getting a college football experience when you're watching a Notre Dame game on NBC. That's hurting Notre Dame. See, this is what I'm talking about. Look what I'm doing. We started talking about ESPN, and subliminally, I started grabbing my pen and talking like Lee Corso. That's how much it affects me. Y'all saw it. Y'all saw the transformation. We started talking about ESPN and Lee Corso, and I started freaking acting like him.
You know what it reminds me of, and I'm dating myself here, but watching Notre Dame play on NBC and watching the NBC broadcast reminds me of like old broadcast, like local news and local sports. You know, when you used to, all you had was the 11 o'clock or the 6 o'clock news, and you're watching the sports. And for me, if I'm watching the Cleveland sports, they're going to show the Ohio State highlights. And then the other games, they're just going to like one play, Michigan, Notre Dame, and then one play of West Virginia and Pitt, and like another game. And then you just see the scores and that's it. And boom, it's 2 minutes and you're done. And that's all you get. And it just feels like this, like they're really not entrenched in college football. It's just, we're showing you the Notre Dame game and we're going to show you a couple scores and highlights, like one highlight per game. It's just, it's outdated.
NBC has got to do better of investing themselves in Notre Dame. They can't just say, hey, we're NBC. We have the contract with Notre Dame. Here's a game. They have to do a better job of building the brand of non-Notre Dame fans wanting to watch a Notre Dame game. Of course, Notre Dame fans are going to watch it. Of course, duh. But you have got to get the interest of other fans, draw them away from ESPN, draw them away from Fox, draw them away from CBS to watch a Notre Dame game, and it's not working. And here's the thing. I actually do try to flip over to a Notre Dame game and watch it, and it's just so boring. Like, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. It almost feels like you go back 20 years or something where it's slower. It's always muggy. It's all like something is just, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, but every time I flip over to a Notre Dame game, I'm like, man, I'm depressed now. I'm going back to ESPN. I mean, it's that bad.
So for me, it's two things. It's number one, it's on NBC, and they don't cover college football well. And number two, as soon as Notre Dame loses a game, and especially if they lose the second game, their games are irrelevant. They can't win a conference championship. They're not competing against anybody in a conference. So there's something that draws me into, even if West Virginia is 5-3 and they're playing Oklahoma and they're 7-1, that even though West Virginia is not a national title contender for sure, and they're not probably going to win the conference, that's even been taken away from them, they can knock off Oklahoma and bring them down. So they're a threat. And I'm watching a Big 12 game that matters in the conference. Like Notre Dame, big deal. They're playing Georgia Tech. Like what? Like this isn't even a good game. And that's what most of their games in the ACC. If they're not playing Clemson, like the rest of these ACC games are awful and they don't matter.
Atmosphere. Notre Dame needs to work on its atmosphere. That's one thing that I'll put out there. Now, I've seen some great Notre Dame games where the atmosphere is crazy. Usually when they get a home game against USC, the rival, that's a pretty good atmosphere. But now that we're talking about it, people in the chat, this coming college football season, make it a point to try to watch a Notre Dame game on NBC and see if the atmosphere is as appealing as what you're watching on ESPN, Fox, whatever. And that's the one drawback from NBC. If there is a bad atmosphere, if there is, a blowout, that's too bad, so sad. You got to watch it. We do Notre Dame football. If it's a bad game, there's nothing we can do about it. So, maybe one of the problems is actually what Notre Dame brags about. NBC only carries Notre Dame. Well, that might actually be working against you because that's the only choice you have at NBC. And so if the game is then you got to watch a game. That's your choices. And I don't know about you, but I'm not going to watch a game. I'm going to flip it.
We are going to stay on live here. I had a separate link for the 9 o'clock show, but we might as well just carry this audience. Chris, we got 541 folks on the line right now. People love this discussion on expansion and contraction and everything. about the speculation of what might happen. Let's pick off some of these. And Chris, certainly take off whenever you need to. I'm going to start taking some calls, and we got Corey Braddock coming in from the Hawkeye of the Storm. He's going to help me host the next portion of this. Dalton Hood, speaking of an up-and-comer in the ACC, NC State, a lot of people like their prospects for 2022. So let's say the ACC doesn't get its way with Notre Dame, and therefore the conference starts to get picked off. NC State, they're not at the bottom of the conference. Now, on the field this season, they might be near the top of the conference, but legitimately, they're not. They're not Miami. They're not Florida State, even though they might be better right this second. They could be in an interesting position.
Yeah, NC State, where they land depends on what happens. I mean, I don't know what their AAU status is. I don't know what their academics is. I would have to look into all of that to see if they even have a shot at the Big Ten. So it would come down to who gets picked and where NC State falls. When it comes to the ACC, you know they're not first rounders. Your first rounders are going to be Clemson, Florida State, Miami, and North Carolina. Those are your first rounders from the ACC. Probably your second rounder. Yeah, I would say NC State, Virginia Tech, and Pitt. Those would be your second rounders. Where they fall in that second round would be the biggest question. I think, and this is what I've been hearing too, I think the Big Ten would prefer to either have both the Virginia schools or Virginia Tech and North Carolina. So I know for a fact that NC State is not a first-round pick for the Big Ten. For the SEC, we all know what the SEC wants. They want Clemson, Florida State, Miami, and North Carolina. Those are the 4 teams. So NC State, not a first-rounder for SEC either. So would there be enough spots left for NC State? I think they're good enough to get it, but again, it comes down to musical chairs and if there's a chair open for NC State. That's where my NC State argument is.
No, I think all that makes total sense. Now, if West Virginia is on an island with the Big 12 and the Big 12 has created other islands with Cincinnati and UCF and BYU, would NC State be like, this isn't ideal because we want to be playing. They want to be playing North Carolina and Wake and Duke, and they want to keep that. Oh, you talk about tradition, my goodness, beyond football. That's the heart of who they are. Tobacco Road, all those schools clumped together, playing each other, and those rivalries. But just for survival and staying relevant in football and earning a TV paycheck, they might reach out to the Big 12 and say, we're here for you.
Yeah, and I think what helps with that argument is what the Big 12 has done as far as laying the foundation. If it was just West Virginia over on the East Coast, then it would be a little bit more difficult to get NC State. But now that they've gotten Cincinnati and UCF to go along with West Virginia, now if the ACC does get picked apart, there's a landing spot for those teams that don't get picked up by the Big Ten. Your NC States, your Wake Forest, maybe Pitt, because Penn State does not want Pitt in the Big Ten, not at all. So Pitt could be blocked and they could be added into the Big 12. Louisville, I actually think Louisville would be an excellent addition to the Big 12 because, yes, they're east, but they're not too far east. They would almost create more of a bridge between the Midwest states and your East Coast teams. So I think Louisville would be a great addition. And then maybe a Georgia Tech. A Georgia Tech doesn't get the nod from the SEC or the Big Ten, and they could go over to the Big 12. And that's, it's not your biggest brands in the Power 5, but they're still Power 5s. So the ACC getting picked apart is not a bad thing for the Big 12 because the big brands will get picked off by the Big 10 and the Big 12. And then your mid to lower brands, Duke basketball in the Big 12, are you kidding me? That would be insane. Duke versus Kansas every stinking year. That would be insanity for basketball. Duke, Wake Forest, depending on the Virginians, if they can get picked up by the Big Ten, which I think they would. And Syracuse and Boston College. They're not the best brands, but again, they're Power 5 programs.
So Mike is extending on that point to a certain extent. Thank you so much for the contribution, Mike. Obviously biased as a Wake fan. Any chance the 4 North Carolina schools say they're a package deal for either super conference basketball becoming a factor too? Well, the only way I think that that happens is if this does get totally extreme with 32 and 32, then just about everybody's safe. Because right now there's 65 in the Power 5, right? If I'm doing the math correctly, I
Yeah,
believe
right
that
around
they're
there.
with Notre Dame included. There's
Yeah.
64 in the, because you got 3 conferences with 14. That's 42, 52 plus 12. Yeah, there's 64 in those 4. Then Notre Dame and BYU joining. I think there's 66 total Power 5 teams plus Notre Dame, BYU. 66. So if it's going to be a nice, neat, tidy 32-32 or 4 16s, then somebody might get left out somewhere, maybe. I guess we also have Houston and UCF coming in, so I'd have to do the math. It's not perfect. There could be a couple stragglers that get left out, but
Yeah, we're guessing on that number too. It could be 50, it could be 60, it could be
oh,
40,
sure.
you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just picking out the round numbers that work in terms of 16,
Well, I mean, we've
32,
both said it too. I
64.
think that would be a generous number, 64. I think honestly, I think we're looking more towards 48, maybe top 50 if we're lucky. And if that's the case, the North Carolina schools would probably get split up. And I'm not picking on Wake Forest. It just so happens you're a Wake Forest fan, so that's who I'm thinking of. I think as far as all the North Carolina schools, Wake Forest would probably be the last one to get picked up because North Carolina would be number one. That's your biggest brand. It would be close between Duke and NC State. I would give NC State the nod because this is more about football than basketball. But then Duke gets the nod, and then Wake Forest. Sorry, it's just, I mean, you look at even their, stadium capacity. Wake Forest is, right around 40,000. They just had a great season. I mean, kudos to Wake Forest, but they're not consistent at all. Nobody saw that coming last year, and you can whenever you look at their football stadium, you can literally tell that they have not cared one bit about their football program. And if you do a Google Earth shot of it, you'll see that on the, I don't know if it's the west side or the east side, north side or south side, but if you're looking into the empty side of the stadium for the end zone on the left side, those grandstands are packed right up against your baseball stadium. So you don't even have room to improve the stadium on that side, and it's kind of sandwiched in between your baseball and your basketball stadium. It's I encourage people to go Google that when they get a chance. You'll see kind of like a triangle. You'll have your baseball, your basketball, and your football, and there's no room for Wake Forest to do anything with that stadium. And when you look at it, it's they got to do something to that. If Wake Forest wants to be picked up, if they care at all about getting picked up by a bigger brand, then they need to do something about their football facilities. Baseball, you're fine. You're a powerhouse. I've looked at documentaries. You have the underground pitching facilities and all that stuff. Great baseball facilities, decent basketball, but very poor football facilities. So my advice to Wake Forest fans is, number one, keep doing what you're doing as far as success goes. Number two, you guys need to invest some money into that football facility because it doesn't look good at all. I mean, even last year when you had an amazing year, you pack out the stadium, 42,000 at the most capacity, 40,000. You shove in an extra 2,000 over capacity. That's how many you hold. That's not saying much.
The problem with schools like Duke and Wake Forest is that their enrollment is small. It's like a 5 or 6,000 enrollment school, and therefore, if I don't know what percentage of students go to the games, let's say it's roughly half to be generous. You're only drawing 3,000 fans into the game just from the student body, and you got to draw from the area to try to pack out that stadium, as
and that's
opposed
what hurts
to
them.
Yeah, as opposed to if you're Texas or Ohio State and you got 55,000 students on campus, well, shoot, you've half packed the stadium, and you don't even need that because you got plenty of interest in the state. It's a tough deal for those, and I feel bad for a Wake Forest because they are kicking and they're doing everything that they possibly can to maximize their. They got a great coach in Dave Clawson, and yeah, they just had a tremendous season. And even when they were just churning out 7-5 seasons, getting to bowl games, that's even a really good
Impressive.
lift for them considering all the disadvantages they have. But they're really not an attractive get for anyone. Duke brings the basketball.
Yep.
And the basketball ratings on TV. And they're one of the few across the country where the basketball monies rivals the football money and is important. Obviously, the basketball program's so much better than the football program, like at Kansas. But the football money's still what it is. But there's only a few of these schools that we're talking about where basketball rivals the football in terms of importance.
I got a quick question. Hold on. John Waffle H2P, how old were you the last time Pitt won a national championship? He's in the chat section saying they have 9 national championships. I'm just, trying to get a ballpark figure of how old he was the last time Pitt won a national championship, because I think it was like 1976. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest.
76. Yes, it was. Tony Dorsett.
Tony Dorsett. Yeah. I wasn't alive, so I don't know anything about that. Don't care.
Yelly Belly. Will the logo stay the Big Ten or become the Big 16? Well, let's understand it has not been the Big Ten since 1991. So it became a brand name.
What they'll probably do is they'll incorporate the number into the
Yes,
big. I mean,
it's
I
a
could see a
brand name.
6 fit the G perfectly. Like that would be like easy.
Exactly.
Actually.
There you go. Because they did that right out of the gate. They put the 11 into a configuration inside of Big Ten, and they've gone to 14, and it's a brand name at this point. People can make fun of it. I get it. You might as well, because obviously they named the conference because of the number of teams, being short-sighted that this would ever change, but it's a brand name at this point. That's what
what's hilarious. So I was in a live stream earlier, just a little small live stream. We were all hanging out, but mostly SEC fans in there, and they were actually ragging on the Big Ten for going out and get UCLA and USC. Oh man, they went out of their geography. They're stretched all the way to the West Coast. SEC, we stayed SEC. It's still in the name. I'm like, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, and Texas now, and Missouri, all 4 of those teams are in states that are not in the SEC. So that was really funny that they were getting on to the Big Ten for stretching out of their geography to get UCLA and USC and saying that the SEC, we're sticking to our name, the Southeastern Conference. Only teams in the Southeast are in our conference when literally there's 4 teams that are not in the SEC. And the reason I said that is these conferences, guys, you got to get rid of the old way of thinking. The SEC doesn't mean just Southeastern teams, okay? It's not going to stay like that. In fact, I fully expect the SEC to stretch even further west, perhaps a little further north. Who knows? But the moniker of, this was, the brand was thought of because of the location. And I started thinking of this because we were talking about the Big Ten and how it's just a brand now, because it's not the Big Ten. It's more than the Big Ten now, but the label is the Big Ten. Same with the SEC. That's just your label. It doesn't mean that all the teams in your conference are just in the Southeast. I mean, that's geographically incorrect. So we have to get out of that thinking. The future of college football is going to be anti-geographically, perceived. So we just got to get out of that. And yes, the SEC is going to stretch even further to where it's not going to look like the SEC, just like the Big Ten just did.
Absolutely, absolutely. Appreciate everybody being here at the Voice of College Football. Please subscribe to our West Virginia channel here at the Voice of College Football. And if you have yet to do so, of course, subscribe to Gold and Blue Dude. There you see it right there. Follow him on Twitter, Gold and Blue Dude. He's got some great stuff available right there.
There we go. There we go. I get my directions mixed up. I was pointing over here when the camera's right here.
Oh, every time I'm trying
whenever
to
you point at the camera, you can't
get it
look
right
at the
that
screen.
time, but I usually do that wrong when I'm trying to point to somebody on screen because it's
so if you're future YouTubers at work, if you're figuring out how to do YouTube, if you ever decide to point in the camera, don't look at the screen. Look at your camera and point into it because you'll mess it up every time.
Yes, right there. Yeah, I have to think of that, especially this Michigan podcast I do every week, because I want to be looking in the camera to make it look like people think I'm looking at him, whereas my monitor's down here and it's distracting because when I'm on for an hour with you or something, I'm just going to go ahead and look at the monitor because I'm not going to try to pretend and look into the camera the entire time. But
well, whenever I point to somebody, the direction isn't the problem. It's my depth. Because look, that looks like I'm pointing behind me. I'm like, how do I get that right? Is that right? See? Now that's right. So the direction I have no problem, but usually I'm like pointing backwards. There's Mark. No, Mark's not behind you. He's beside you. There you go. That's the one thing that I have issues with. Not direction, but depth. So we all got something to work on.
Oh, absolutely we do. Absolutely we do. So again, I had scheduled a call-in show, so I'm going to bring in some callers, and we will get after it. But we appreciate Chris being here. And again, we want folks to be directed toward Chris's channel, Golden Blue Dude, and also our West Virginia channel. We want to get to 1,000 subs here very soon on the West Virginia channel. So get on over there. Check out the ticker down below.
How many we got watching right now?
We got 534.
If everybody in the chat subscribes, I think we hit 1,000 or really, really close. Even if you don't watch West Virginia and you don't want to watch any videos, don't hit the notifications. That's fine. Just hit the subscribe button and help Mark grow this channel because, we want to get all of his channel, not just the West Virginia channel, his Ohio channel, Iowa. The goal is to get that above 1,000. So if everybody in the chat, even if you hate my guts and you don't like West Virginia and you never want to watch one of these videos again, that's fine. Just support Mark and hit that subscribe button. It would help him a lot.
We're at 478 subscribers on the West Virginia channel. And guys, we do this West Virginia show every Friday night, and it is a good time. We usually have Kuz on here, and we've got Travis Kenobi, and it's just we tear it up. We get some great guests on here. Joey Foster lines us up with some great guests, and it's a good time. So even if you're not a West Virginia fan, if you love college football, it's a good place to be. Just like if you're not a West Virginia fan, you still go over and subscribe to Gold and Blue Dude for sure.
Oh, yeah. I got some crazy stuff over there, man. Crazy stuff.
All right, man. I appreciate you stopping by. I'm going to take some calls here as promised, and we will mix it up here.
They get a 2-for-1 tonight.
All right, folks. I'm going to leave the
John Waffle HTP says, why no pit show? Well, we need a pit YouTuber that's above 1,000 to show us that there's interest in pit. So y'all might want to get that rolling.
Yes. You know what? Get us a sponsor, and we will start a pit channel. I will get a pit channel rolling. We started a West Virginia channel. You know why? Joey Foster wanted a West Virginia channel, and he made it happen.
Hard worker right there.
He made it happen. So
he willed it into existence. And let's be clear, those of y'all calling in, this isn't just West Virginia material. We're talking all college football here.
All of college football. Do me a favor. Leave your, and I got Will covered, our first caller coming in here, but leave your name and either who you root for or where you're calling from in the private chat, because I want to build a banner and recognize everybody. So we're going to start us off, GBD, with Will, Notre Dame fan. Will,
Hey guys,
here. How's it going, man?
doing good. I'm
What's on
really
your
enjoying
mind?
all this Notre Dame hate in the chat. Just feed it to me when we beat Ohio State.
Well, don't get it twisted. I think Notre Dame has put some pretty good teams out there. What we were talking about earlier is the NBC side of this, the NBC product. They have not done a good enough job of presenting Notre Dame football. That's not on Notre Dame. That's on NBC. Now, the one thing that is on Notre Dame is the atmosphere. It's not always.
Well, it's because we're blowing all these
entertaining.
teams out, Gold and Blue, dude.
Say it again.
It's because a lot of the games, like, we're just blowing teams out. Like,
yeah, I mean, that's
when we have
not your
teams like
fault.
Virginia coming to Notre Dame Stadium, like, the game, like, if we're up 38-0, like, the atmosphere is not going to be that great.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I guess that would fall back on the NBC thing too, to where they make it more interesting and stuff. Because seriously, as a really hyped up college football fan, when I'm going between channels and I go watch a Notre Dame game, it's like I want to be energized whenever I watch a game, and NBC doesn't do a good enough job. So what NBC needs to do is they need to take a page out of ESPN and devote, I don't know, an hour before the Notre Dame game, and not just talk Notre Dame either. Talk about what else is going on in college football, what could have affected Notre Dame throughout the game, or what could affect Notre Dame later on, depending on when the game is. You know, they just have to do a better job of building the Notre Dame game up itself.
I really think that it would be great for Notre Dame to join to make CBS their partner instead of NBC, because I think CBS, they do the best product.
Well, think of this: the intro music, the intro music itself. Yes, just the intro music itself gets you hyped up for whoever's playing on CBS. I mean, it could be teams that you don't really care about, and you're at least going to hear the intro song, and that'll get you pumped up. And then if the game sucks, you can go click off of it. But going into it, you're pumped up. Mm-hmm. So NBC needs to do the same thing. So even if the game sucks, get the people pumped up before the game.
Mm-hmm. So I don't think Notre Dame going to the Big Ten is going to happen, in my opinion. I just think that they want to play more of a countrywide, like from the South to all the way up to the Northwest. But I think it would be fun if Notre Dame, like, just straight up said, you know what, college football world, we're going to make our own conference. Ooh. So I want to see what you guys think about this conference. We were in the Irish Breakdown. Someone sent this out as a super chat, and I think it's a pretty good conference. So we have Notre Dame, Penn State, Clemson, Pitt, Miami, Florida State, Stanford and Cal, Syracuse, Wake Forest, Boston College, UNC. Mark,
this is fantasy land. We're talking like fantasy, right? This is like fantasy football.
Happen. I mean, Penn State really hasn't had as
much.
Why
is Penn State leaving the Big Ten to jump on with Notre Dame in some fantasy conference? Why in the world would Penn State leave the Big Ten? They're making the most money that they could possibly make in the Big Ten.
I mean, okay, well, this is why I think Penn State – I think this is an argument that I can make why Penn State should leave the Big Ten.
Okay, I got to hear this one.
Penn State really has – when they were independent, Penn State had more success. Like, they were a bigger name than they were now that they joined the Big Ten. Like, Penn State was having great season after great season under Joe Pa before they joined the Big Ten.
Yeah,
and yes, they did win that one not national championship, but they should have had at least a share of the national championship in 1994. But that was like most of the players that they got on that team were recruited before they joined the Big Ten.
Sure.
And since then, Penn State, they've had a couple good seasons. Then, like 2005 was a great year. 2016 was a great year. But they really haven't been the program that they were before they joined the Big Ten. So I think that's an argument likes to say why Penn State should leave the Big Ten.
and go into
It's
another
money.
conference.
Yeah, where they can have more success.
The Notre Dame conference.
I mean, if they can top, whatever the Big Ten's offering money-wise, I mean, sure, why not? But I don't see Penn State walking away from that money. I really don't.
Jack Swarbrick is going to be calling what TV executive tomorrow saying we're starting our
CBS.
own league. Oh, CBS. Okay.
Okay. Got a plan.
And we don't have anything right now, but we're going to get Penn State to dump the Big Ten and all these other schools.
I mean, even if it's not like Penn State, for example, I think like Notre Dame can make a conference with like Clemson, with some of the Big 12 schools that are left, some of the Pac-12, like Cal and Stanford.
That's an argument because as long as they don't get an invite from the Big Ten and the SEC with the big bucks, so two things would have to happen here for this to come to fruition. Number one, the SEC and the Big Ten say no to all these teams, all of them. Because if the SEC or the Big Ten say, hey, come join, they're gone. So that's the first thing. They got to get snubbed by the SEC and the Big Ten. And then the second thing, more money than what the Big 12 and the ACC is offering. And that's actually a big step below SEC and Big Ten money. So the biggest hurdle would be them not getting accepted by the SEC or Big Ten, because I don't see the SEC passing up Clemson. I really don't. But if for whatever reason the SEC just has it out for Clemson and says, nope, too bad, you're not coming in, and they can come up with the money, then I could see that. It would be far more likely with your second scenario from teams from the Pac-12, the Big 12, and the ACC getting together, because those are the conferences that are vulnerable right now. You're not getting anybody from the Big Ten or the SEC.
But do you think like this could happen? Like Notre Dame could just like make a conference with no?
We appreciate your ingenuity, Will.
It's who would fund this would be the biggest question, because you got to have a sponsor to create the money to create the conference. So you'd have to find a massive sponsor.
I mean, I feel like Notre Dame could get a big sponsor like Dr. Pepper or something like that.
Yeah, but you need somebody that's not just going to sponsor Notre Dame. They'd have to sponsor the entire conference. That is a lot of money.
Well, it could be called like some Dr. Pepper Notre Dame Conference Championship.
Is he talking me into this?
It sounds like he's talking you. I was dead set against. As soon as he said Notre Dame starting its own conference, I was tapped out right there. And then he said Penn State's going to dump the Big Ten and join Notre Dame's conference. Will, we've got a line of calls behind you. We appreciate you being here. Get your marketing plan together. Bring it back for us so I can ignore you a little bit longer.
Email my guys about
Thanks,
it. We'll
Will.
look
We
over
appreciate
Have a good night, guys.
So we want to get everyone on board of what's going on tonight. We had a West Virginia show, as we always do every Friday night, with Golden Blue Dude and typically Kuz Walker and Travis Kenobi from 8 to 9. We're resetting 9 o'clock Eastern time. And Corey Bratta from the Hawkeye of the Storm has been kind enough to offer his services to help me co-host the show and to take calls as well. Corey, how are you?
It's a beautiful evening. I'm just concerned. First of all, before we get into football, I know you've been on the air for a long time. I'm concerned about your health, Mark. I mean, I know you enjoy this. This is a great time when we're talking about evolution of the game and whatnot. But I'm concerned about your mental, physical, and most importantly, your emotional health.
Have you seen him take a drink of water at all during this entire live show? I have not.
I mean, this is the first I'm seeing you, but I've been getting notifications all day. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page here and that you're taking care of yourself, Mark.
It's funny that you say that, because I was on the phone with somebody about, in between trying to figure out, okay, am I going to produce a video on USC and UCLA and how they'll fare in the Big Ten and look up their previous 10 seasons against Big Ten teams and all that stuff that all three of us work on all the time, and the kind of things that run through our heads. And then it hit me. I haven't eaten anything all day. And all I've got here is basically, I pretty much have to be, digging in and thawing things out and cooking them. So I did something that I ward off all the time and say, I'm not going to be doing this. But I ran down the street. I ran through McDonald's because I just had to grab something to eat.
Yeah, I just got back just for the record, I just want everybody to know, I just got back from Olive Garden. All right.
Oh.
That I got that Olive Garden swag, so I'm all ready to go, Mark. If you need to grab your Gatorade or whatever, you know.
I will do one of these. Well, I've got water here. I'm good to go, and I do have my vitamin water close by as well. You're going to see me do a lot of these. Back in my chair, and
that's fine. Good for the back. I tell you, the back wears out during a long show.
Hold on. I have a question that you just said that. I don't know why this popped in my head, but what you just did. Now, I'm just putting 2 and 2 together. That's it. No assumptions here. Just 2 and 2 together, all right? I haven't seen you take a bathroom break. And you leaning back like that, you don't have like a...
It's called a catheter.
I don't like where this is going.
Gatorade bottle down there, maybe? You got a big old 2-liter or Gatorade bottle down there?
My body has become conditioned to this over years and years of time.
It's how camels survive in the desert, Mark.
He's got the mental control over his bladder.
Right.
We're going to nickname you the college football camel. How's that, Mark?
I like it.
I kind of like the nickname I came up with. Not myself, actually. The fans came up with that, and I appreciate that, but that I've latched onto. We would have to change all the logos and the names of the channels. So we'll stay with Voice of College Football.
Okay.
That'll work.
So we've got Corey. Chris, you can stay on as long as you'd like, but of course you're giving us all sorts of time, and I certainly appreciate that Corey reached out earlier today, and I thought, oh, that would be phenomenal. Corey and I can take on calls, and that'll be phenomenal. So we've got a line of callers, but before we take any calls, Corey, I want to hear from you in regards to, as an Iowa fan and commentator / analyst, your initial response to the news from yesterday, USC and UCLA in the Big Ten.
With the record for Iowa fans or Big Ten fans, I was live on a show getting ready for the Caden Proctor 5-star offensive tackle, his announcement yesterday when this news initially broke. And so it was kind of literally an instant reaction. But I don't even want to, I mean, I'm happy to give you my perspective as an Iowa guy, but I kind of want to look at this from a college football perspective, because I do think that, first of all, this was, as we all know, you probably ran through this a million times, this was all prompted by what happened last year with Oklahoma, Texas. Ironically enough, it happened about the same time of year. If you went back and looked at the date when those reports about Oklahoma and Texas initially broke, how close was it? Are we looking at June or July? When was it?
I think it's about a month. July, I think it was
Okay.
last year.
A little bit later, a couple weeks. It was just prior to media days. Actually,
Yeah,
all
it
of
was
this
close.
was swirling
Okay.
right at the outset of media days. Yes. So about 2 weeks.
So I guess my big thing here is initially, I've heard from a lot of older fans over the past 24 hours that hate this. And I understand that. I don't love it because what we're used to and accustomed to, especially the old timers, they're accustomed to the Big Ten being the Midwest. They're accustomed to the Big 12 kind of going down Tornado Alley is what I kind of consider the Big 12 conference. Of course, the Pac-12 is the West Coast. We get the traditional regions, but it was obvious that the Big Ten needed to make this move. We all laughed when the Pac-12 and the Big Ten announced this alliance, and we had to listen to Kevin Warren just drone on and on and on the Big Ten network about absolutely nothing. Nothing that any of us understand, no sentient human being can understand. And we realize now that that was all fluff. That was a stopgap. I don't think the Big Ten ever had any intention of fulfilling some imaginary alliance that never actually had substance. You notice there was never actually any substance to that alliance, Mark? Like we were told, there's going to be scheduling. And what happened? There was never scheduling. Nothing was ever put in place. And that was a year ago? Yeah, we were just talking about the Texas-Oklahoma announcement. So the Big Ten, I have confidence this has been in the works for a long time. I'll be honest, I have not read a ton over the past 24 hours. I really had to kind of disconnect. I've been very sporadic on Twitter and social media today. I just kind of had to disconnect. Yesterday was a wild, wild day, especially because of Caden Proctor on the Iowa front. But I've had some time to think about it. I know my initial response when I heard that UCLA and USC were going to be joining the conference was that it's going to drag on, and we probably won't get confirmation for at least weeks, if not months. The Oklahoma-Texas thing did not turn over this quickly and become official this quickly. So this was in the works for quite some time. My initial reaction was that the logical choices, and I said this on the live show yesterday when it broke, the logical choices to join those two schools were Oregon and Washington. Those are the ones that made sense. And I said, well, if maybe Washington State, but I mean, they really don't bring anything to the table. Washington's at least been a player in recent years. We're talking about football specifically, which we know rules the roost. But the number one target in my mind, and it remains so, is Notre Dame. I mean, Notre Dame makes every sense in the world. I think Notre Dame's hand will eventually be forced because I think there'll be enough money with the Big Ten Conference and this network deal that you're grabbing. Again, you're grabbing the LA market, which we've heard a million times over the past 24 hours, which is absolutely true. I just think it won't be worth Notre Dame continuing what it's done for so long, which has actually been financially smart for that institution. And now I think it would be the opposite. I think we're going to see Notre Dame, UCLA, USC, and then I mean I know that Oregon is going to be in the conversation. What I'm anxious to see, Mark, is do you add Oregon and Washington? If you do that, you're not going to turn Notre Dame down, obviously. So then what do? You stop there? Is that 19? Do you stop there, or who do you grab? I'm assuming, or no? Am I right? 19?
Yeah, it's 19.
Lost track.
It's 19 if they add 3.
Right. So you're looking at 19, and at that point, who do you grab? And I think that's when the conversation gets interesting for some of these schools that may not be perceived as powers, because there aren't any powers left unless the Big Ten is going to somehow lure Clemson or Florida State, Miami. I just don't see that happening. I know regions don't mean anything anymore, but certainly those schools are perceived to be players down the road for the SEC. So is it, you grab a North Carolina? I don't think you grab a North Carolina without a Duke. So potentially if you grab Notre Dame, Washington, and Oregon, then Duke and North Carolina are off the table. So it opens the door for a school like an Iowa State or, an Oklahoma State. I'm not saying those are great players for to level the playing field with the SEC, but I think you want to be in an even number. Your thoughts on this, Mark? Have you discussed? I'm sure you have discussed the scenarios if all you're at.
We were on for about 3 hours yesterday after this was first announced. USC, UCLA. Tremendous response from everyone. So I appreciate everybody jumping on with like over 800 on the line yesterday, and we're pushing 600 right now. So thanks for being here. And then we did in Oregon 2 hours before we did our West Virginia show, and basically with Chris and I on since 8 o'clock Eastern. It's been from a West Virginia angle, but the entire national scene. So people are probably sick of hearing me spew on about all my opinions. But I will just make this one comment because we want to give time to you, Corey, and we also want to give time to you guys' interaction with the audience here as we'll bring in callers. I think this was a brilliant move by the Big Ten because they have to counter the SEC. And these are the two power players in the sport. They're the two that, for any fans out there that just simply watch the games come playoff time, they think, well, the SEC owns the sport. Well, the SEC doesn't own the sport. It's owned by two conferences that are far out ahead of everybody else. And now that it's Texas, Oklahoma to the SEC and USC, UCLA to the Big Ten, it just increases that gap by leaps and bounds for both of them. So my thought is, if I'm looking at this strictly from counter move, this is the best move that the Big Ten could have made. The Los Angeles TV market, the USC football program, the potential of the UCLA football program that has been great in the past. But from a college football standpoint, I hate it because I believe for most of us, we grew up with teams and conferences that had connection. The conferences meant something. There was a feel, there was a vibe, there was an environment that told you this was a Big Ten football game. This was an SEC football game. This was West Coast football, the Pac-12. The sun's still shining in late November. It's just, and that was connected to the food that people eat, the music they like to listen to, the way they grow up, their values, the city, the country, the suburbs. All that was all tied together. That made these schools within any particular conference together, that there was synergy, there was a fabric, and that fabric's been stretched and stretched and stretched. And I think this is probably the last one that just kind of ripped it all apart. And we've got a conference stretching from Los Angeles to New York now.
Let me just add this one more thing because it's on my mind, and I know we got a pile of calls, but I had this discussion earlier with someone today. So the report was that Oregon, and these things are changing every hour, so maybe I'm behind, but that Oregon and Washington are actively looking to join the Big Ten, and the Big Ten has basically said, we'll wait and see. Right? Is that the latest? Am I up to speed? So here's my fear of that from a Big Ten perspective. So that's sort of like, and I understand to some extent saying, let's just hold suit. We're in good position now with USC and UCLA in the LA market. I get that. But my fear from a Big Ten perspective is that we're getting a little bit pompous and a little bit ahead of ourselves, because I don't know who's to say that the SEC doesn't say, okay, you're gonna wait, then we're gonna take Oregon, we're gonna take Washington, we're gonna go in and throw some money at Notre Dame, and we're gonna get Clemson and Florida State. I think the Big Ten, if we're gonna make this move, you got to go all or nothing. I don't think it's a matter of we'll dabble in California and then we'll wait a year. The SEC, listen, regions, you say, well, the SEC is the Southeast. Why would they take somebody from the Northwest? We've got teams in the Big Ten in Maryland, New Jersey, and Southern Cal. Regions mean nothing. The SEC doesn't care about regions. They made that clear when they took Texas and Oklahoma. So that would be my one fear from a Big Ten perspective, is that you wait too long and you say, well, they'll be there when we're ready for them. They may not, because that would be the one way. This is obviously a battle of the SEC and the Big Ten. That's my one fear at this point.
The one thing that I would say about this is, if the Big Ten doesn't land Notre Dame, I think the preliminary number, I don't know what the ultimate number is going to be, but I think the preliminary number that both the Big Ten and the SEC are going for is 24. So they're at 16 now, right? So that still leaves you several spots. 8 spots? So the teams that are in consideration, I don't know which teams out of this they would take, but you have your Oregon, you have your Washington, they can get Utah, Colorado, Oklahoma State, Iowa State, Pitt, the Virginia schools, North Carolina State, and Duke. So, Notre Dame isn't an all or nothing for the Big Ten, but it would be a very big get, because I think Notre Dame, the ball is in their court when it comes to the future of certain conferences. Like I said with Mark earlier, if the ACC is not able to nail down Notre Dame, they're done. That's it, because that's really the only thing that's keeping them together, is the hope of getting Notre Dame and renegotiating that TV deal, because you have Clemson, Florida State, Miami, North Carolina, those bigger brands looking at puny Rutgers, Maryland, Northwestern, Illinois, about to make hundreds of millions of dollars a year. They're stuck in the ACC. These major brands, they feel gypped. So if the ACC doesn't do something to get that leverage to renegotiate that, they get picked apart. So Notre Dame literally controls the future of the ACC. I wouldn't say so much with the Big Ten. The Big Ten's fine, but I don't see Notre Dame going to the SEC. I really don't. So for Notre Dame, specifically about Notre Dame, I think there's 2 options. I don't think they're going to stay independent forever. I think they're going to be forced into a decision. It's going to come down to the Big Ten or the ACC. And what we saw yesterday, the Big Ten grabbing UCLA and USC was a power move to get Notre Dame. Make no mistake about it. Not 100%. That's not the only reason why they did it, but it was part of the reason. So I told Mark earlier, it would not surprise me if the Big Ten brings Notre Dame back to the table and says, all right, we have USC. What if we get Stanford as well? Will that do the trick? This is going to be a lot of back and forth between the Big Ten and Notre Dame, and the Big Ten is going to try to figure out, you want us to get Stanford? Do you want us to get this? How much more money? Or, whatever the case may be, the ball's in Notre Dame's court, and the Big Ten is like, what do you want, Notre Dame? And we will make it happen. Guys, I got to run. We're running up on 10 o'clock, but I just want to give that last thought. Everybody that doesn't know Golden Blue Dude, go hit the like and subscribe button. College football, all I do. But I'll continue watching, guys.
Thanks, Chris. We appreciate it. All right, Corey, you ready to take some calls?
Let's do it. I'm ready for it.
Absolutely. Our first call is coming in from Landon in Houston. Landon, we appreciate your patience. Thanks so much for hanging on the line. We got about 650 on the line. Landon, thank you so much for that. You got
Can you hear me?
floor.
Can you hear me okay, buddy?
Yeah, we got you.
Awesome. And maybe you guys can answer this real quick. I know the academic aspect pertaining to the Big Ten, that whole AAU thing. I know, generally speaking, that Association of Universities did not accept religiously affiliated schools. Now, there's absolutely no question Notre Dame is one of the most elite academic institutions in the country, without question. However, do you guys think that the Big Ten is going to put that AAU thing aside and allow a confessionally Catholic institution to be part of their conference? I thought USC had a Catholic association, but I couldn't quite remember. I just didn't know if you guys had an answer to that one real quick.
I don't have a definite answer. The one thing I will say is look at our most recent example of Nebraska joining the Big Ten and not being a member of AAU, and the Big Ten putting that on hold and saying, we will work with you to get you to that status. And they did. And Nebraska was able to reach that status. So by all reports, the Big Ten is showing its preference to Notre Dame. The Big Ten wants Notre Dame. So
we just established this too, Mark. This isn't the first time the Big Ten has wanted Notre Dame. So we got to remember that. I mean, the Big Ten would have taken Notre Dame 10 years ago, right? So when expansion really began, what was that? Was that 2012? Am I correct in saying when Nebraska made the move?
Yep.
So the Big Ten would have taken Notre Dame, leaps and bounds would have taken Notre Dame back then. So valid point bringing up Nebraska. I think it's clear now that the AAU fallback is exactly that, a fallback. And it was used. It's going to be used when it's convenient. And it was used during the COVID pandemic, right? I mean, we heard reports of, the Big Ten is all about values, and give me a break. We all know that's malarkey. So the dollars do the talking is how I'd answer that question. Yeah, absolutely. Notre Dame is a shoo-in, in my opinion. Okay.
Well, obviously, I think regionally it fits. I know you guys have talked about regions don't mean a whole lot. I think competitively it makes sense for Notre Dame. I know the revenue is there, but I think from a competitive standpoint, Notre Dame would much rather compete in the Big Ten, I think, than the SEC on a regular basis. I think they fit at an upper tier a lot more conveniently there, possibly than what the SEC is going to expand to. And I'll put this on the table for you guys. I think as a college fan in general, I've typically always been bothered with the notion of trying to compress. And I've called your show before, Mark, and we've talked. I'm one of the guys that loves the playoff where it is at 4. I don't want it expanded. I just don't think you can get 130 teams in a 12-game schedule and somehow funnel that down to a national title, because all schedules aren't created equal. And I think what has driven this a little bit further, other than the money, is the Central Floridas, the Boise States, that were always complaining that they didn't have a shot when you look at the schedules they played, and they would never have anything to earn that, in my estimation. Like, they just don't play a hard enough schedule, right? I mean, there's probably 12 teams that could go undefeated playing those schedules, not just them. So I like the idea, honestly, of about the top anywhere from 30 to 60 schools separating themselves from what we would formally call the group of 5 anyway. And if we can compress that down to get a more true national champion and the way they schedule each other, in my mind, I love the history of college football. I could show you guys, I own every national championship on DVD since 1980. So I love the game in general. Like, I really do. I've loved the history. I loved, the conferences clashing and stuff. But I think because of recently everybody gunning for the national championship, the fact that bowls no longer mean anything, good, bad, or indifferent, that just seems to be the reality. And if this is what is the general push that everybody's wanting, I'm in favor of 2 super conferences, getting all the best teams and declaring an actual national champion, and let kind of some of the other teams sort of play it out. I don't know what you guys think of that, but me as a fan, that doesn't bother me. It really doesn't bother me if the Central Floridas and BYUs and those schools of college football never get an opportunity to play Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama, USC for a national title. I'm not bothered by that.
Well, I'm bothered by it from again, trying to fight your traditional mindset of what equality is in sports, and giving the little guys a chance. I think the one thing you brought up earlier about Notre Dame and how they fit in regionally. And I get where you're coming, why you said that. And that's absolutely where our mindset has been for the past 20 years. But the bottom line is you've got a limited number of powers left on the board.
Yeah.
And so once those powers are gobbled up, it doesn't matter where they're at. Notre Dame's a power. I consider Oregon to be a power. Washington, Washington's, we consider Washington a power because Oregon's a power, right? And because of where they sit geographically.
Yeah.
So in answer to your question, I don't have a huge problem with it either. But I would like to see the ACC, the Big 12, and the Pac-12 figure out a way to coexist together and say, hey, we've got a lot of institutions that have some rich history. Is there any way we can combine forces to combat what's happening here? Because each of these conferences have been poached by the Big 10 and by the SEC. Can we team up, put our pride aside and team up? The Big 12 obviously needs to do that because the Big 12 has had issues. Now, they did make a good move. I think we all agree the move to add Cincinnati, Houston, BYU, and Central Florida last year was the right move at the time. But it doesn't at all put you on the playing field now with the Big 10 and the SEC. And it didn't really back then either. So I hope that we can see those three conferences make a move to where, yes, we can still say there's hope. I'm not saying, Landon, that you're gonna have equal schedules because you just won't. But if there's a scenario where those conferences, I don't want to see all those schools go away. There's way too much risk. I live in Ames, Iowa. I don't want to see Iowa State become a group of 5 schools, as much as many Iowa fans would love to see that. I don't want to see that. I don't think it's good for the game. It's not good for the rivalry. I don't want to see the rivalry go away. Mark, do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, I'm just trying to process what you said about maybe a true alliance forming between those three conferences and now what we saw a year ago. Because right now we would have roughly, I'm not going to do the math, but with 8 in the Pac-12 and what's left in each conference, we're looking at like 28 or 30 schools trying to get together.
But
somebody would have to forge that alliance. Somebody would have to take a leadership role to say, let's get all together. And there would have to be a lot of politicking in a positive way. I mean, to unify that many schools to get together and for one cause versus what the Big 12, I would think, would be thinking about right this second is we're not in great shape. We got these 2 mega powers that we're battling and we're way behind, but still we've got strength in numbers. We got 14 and boom, Utah and Colorado have to be feeling awfully vulnerable right now. And if Washington and Oregon get passed over, or one of them gets passed over because Notre Dame goes to the Big 10 and the Big 10 picks off one of them, we've got a collection of 4 or 5 or 6 here in the Pac-12 that may want to jump on board with us. And suddenly we're 18 strong. I think it's more apt to go in that direction. That everyone,
especially if non-conference scheduling, there would be some allowance for some of those what we're calling leftover teams to be able to still schedule some of the power teams. But do you guys, just genuinely think? I know you both follow recruiting, closely. Seeing the distance, and Mark, I think you mentioned this a couple shows ago. The gap between number 5 and number 15 is so much more massive nowadays. All the talent is wadding up at the top so much that even if you threw Iowa State's best year, which should have been last year, let's say they go 11-1, they get in. Anybody with a straight face think they're going to win back-to-back games against Alabama and Georgia and actually hold that trophy? Legitimately. I know we like to see it because, speaking to your point earlier, our minds think basketball. Wow, look what little Butler did 2 years in a row. They got that close. That little small school in Indiana up there swinging with the big. Basketball is a little different than football, man. Like you got to, as Chuck Oliver says, you got to take somebody and put them to a new piece of real estate, and that's completely different than what goes on in basketball. So I just never see a scenario where you got an 84 BYU that somehow comes up out of the rubble unscathed and is able to get a try. I just don't see the competitive nature of it. And if these power team, unless something changes recruiting where you can dilute some of the talent, but I don't see how that can happen. If all the talent's just going to wad up there anyway, I just don't see a scenario, man, where any of that can happen. But I'll get off here and let you guys finish. Mark, thank you for the time, buddy. Great channel.
Thank you, Landon.
Yeah, buddy.
Appreciate that, man.
Let me just add this in.
Houston. Yeah.
Sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
I just wanted to recognize this super chat on the screen. Antoine, thank you so much for that. Even if the ACC gets Notre Dame, all they have to do is take some teams away from their conference then what? Then Florida State is in trouble money-wise. Okay, the ACC gets Notre Dame. Well, that's gonna solidify the ACC. So I'm not following this. Are you, Corey?
No.
So Antoine, if you want to restate that, and you don't have to send a super chat, maybe put it in all caps or something. I'm just not following your point and why you're specifying Florida State and all that as well.
Can I just add something before we get to our next caller, Mark?
Sure.
And I see if you're following my line of reasoning. I actually believe that, because somebody brought this up earlier, like, why does the Big Ten need Rutgers? Why does the Big Ten need Maryland? Why does the SEC need Vanderbilt and Missouri? So Missouri was important when they were added, right? I mean, I think we can agree from a TV perspective, they were more important. Am I correct in saying that? I mean, that was
St. Louis, Kansas City. I don't know how much of a draw they are, but
especially not anymore.
Cities.
Yeah, not with how television is now. But at the time, I'd like to think they were good moves. I guess my question is, the SEC needs those. I think the Big Ten and the SEC, they need those teams to survive and to be as dominant as they are. Can we agree on that? Because if you take Vanderbilt, Missouri, who else would you consider a bottom feeder in the SEC? I mean, those are your two.
Those are the two obvious ones. Used to be Kentucky. There's not a whole lot of.
My point is
in the SEC.
Is there any way that, and just follow my line of thinking, this may be way out in left field. We had somebody in Des Moines the other day report a UFO. I promise that wasn't me. So if you think this is just crazy, fine, I'll be in the same conversation as him. But let me just say this. Is there any way to formulate a situation where the ACC, the Pac-12, and the Big 12 say, we're going to actually form an alliance? I don't know what that would look like, but do that, and then somehow lure Missouri out of the SEC. Lure Vanderbilt out of the SEC. Now, follow my line of thinking here. Lure maybe even Rutgers and Maryland out of the SEC. And the reason I bring that up is the SEC and the Big Ten need bottom feeders. Because if you just cannibalize yourselves, it's actually going to hurt the institutions that join the conference for their own good. Now, you're still going to have millions of dollars, right, going between each team. But you see my line of thinking there? Like, is there a way to actually maybe steal what some people perceive to be worthless programs, because it would actually make those upper institute people, somebody's got to lose, is my point. Somebody has to lose.
Yes. So there are bottom feeders and there are bottom feeders. And the way I'm going to make this distinction is there are bottom feeders based on what you just stated. Somebody has to lose. You could put the 10 best teams in the 12 best teams in the nation in one conference, and somebody's going to look bad. They're going to go 3-9 or 4-8, and we'll say they're a bottom feeder. LSU's a bottom feeder. They just went for, well, they're playing the 11 best teams in the country. So by definition, they're a bottom feeder. But then there are true bottom feeders. Kansas, Rutgers, Oregon State traditionally. I know they're a little bit better now, so forth, that have proven over time that they do not have, whether it's the recruiting base, the resources, the facilities, the organizational skill, or the ability to hire the right coaches to get them out of that place. And they are true bottom feeders.
And the comment from It's Just Me, Tim 79 says, what can they offer those schools? I think if you're going to think out of the box, and if you're going to try to pursue something like I just brought up, yeah, that's the question. How does the ACC, what leverage does the ACC, the Pac-12 and the Big 12 have to lure those teams out? That would be the question.
Where I was headed with that is, if you're Missouri, you're doing okay in the SEC. They're not getting pummeled. They're going to bowl games, going 7-5, 6-6. And you're picking up your, what is soon to be like $95 million paycheck distribution from TV money every year. And you're going to leave that for some kind of mediocre mammoth league. I'm not understanding, the incentive, especially
I'm just trying to think
unknown.
I'm just trying to think out of the box, because right now I'm not quite like Landon. I would like to see the Big 12, the ACC, and the Pac-12 stay competitive, and I don't know how else they do that other than thinking outside of the box, other than teaming up and forming some sort of an alliance. I have no idea what it would look like from a scheduling perspective. Would you literally have 3 organizations just merge as one? I don't know, but I'm just trying to think some way out of the box, because they have to have a way to counter what the Big Ten and the SEC are doing. And you can't just say, well, I guess it's over. I mean, the college football fans across the country are not going to accept that.
I hear what you're saying, and it seems plausible on the surface, but I just think there's a lot of egos involved and territory involved by each one of those leagues. I don't know who takes the leadership. Usually when you have 3 organizations come together or any kind of merger, somebody takes the lead. Somebody really has the power. Somebody really has the structure in play. And I don't know who that would be. From a number standpoint, right this second, the Big 12 does, although the ACC is still sitting in a good position as we sit right here with 14. So
Yeah, I don't have a solution.
I get your point. Appreciate super chats. I don't want to. I've posted as many as I can find. Thank you so much for those. We're going to bring on Nick. Nick, please let us know who you root for, at least where you're calling from. Nick, how you doing?
First off, I'm a Mountaineer fan. Go Mountaineers.
Nice.
And, I'm from the Eastern Shore of Maryland.
Okay.
So, kind of out in the rural country a little bit.
You big Maryland Eastern Shore basketball fan, Nick?
Hell no. I mean, I rooted for them when they went to the tournament, but they didn't do so well. So
it's a Division I team, though, right? Yeah, it's a Division I team.
I believe so. Well, where do I start, man? Like, where do I start? There's so much to talk about right now. First off, I know where to start. I want to say, Mark Rogers, man, I've been watching you forever, and I'm just glad to be on talking to you. And Iowa, man, I forgot your name, but I've been watching you too. I be watching the Iowa channel.
Good. Appreciate that.
So
I appreciate that, man.
So yeah, last night I was talking about West Virginia, and you know, a lot of people are talking. They're like, you know, especially the ACC fans, you know, talking trash or whatever. And you got to remember, a lot of the ACC teams are from the Big East. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of, you know, built-in rivalries between West Virginia and the, you know, ACC teams. And, you know, they're talking and they're like, oh, the ACC, they don't want West Virginia, blah, 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 this and that and the third. Well, you know, it's kind of the opposite if you really look at it. I mean, the TV deals, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Big 12, they're trumping the TV deal of the ACC. I mean, you got the Big 12 with like 35 to 38 million a year on TV deals, and the ACC is down to 31 million. And yes, I know it's regional, and I would love to see West Virginia play Virginia Tech, you know, Pittsburgh, Louisville, and even build in some rivalries with North Carolina and Virginia. But like at the same time, it really, you know, it's like we're, you know, today's day and age, obviously you're seeing team after team chase the money. And I couldn't, last night, I couldn't see West Virginia necessarily leaving the Big 12 to go to the ACC. And then the news today, you know, now you got Oregon and Washington trying to go to the Big 10. Big 10 says, hold up, wait a minute. We got Notre Dame coming in, you know, and Notre Dame might be coming into the Big 10. So then you really got to look at it. And it's like, would West Virginia really want to go into the ACC without Notre Dame? I couldn't see it happening, you know? Give me your thoughts about that.
Well, yeah, it is a bit of a guesstimation that a particular school needs to make in West Virginia's position, because I think their lead pawn in all this is Notre Dame. Okay, if Notre Dame gets let's say they pass on the Big Ten for whatever reason. I think it would be foolish, but they pass on the Big Ten, join the ACC. Okay, that's West Virginia's. That you gain so much more confidence in where the ACC's headed. Then we're with Notre Dame, Florida State, Clemson, Miami. Okay, this solidifies and stabilizes the ACC. But if Notre Dame accepts the Big Ten offer, okay, the ACC is still where it is, but that Notre Dame option's off the table for the ACC now. Okay, which is better, the Big 12 or the ACC? I think that's an extremely close call because the ACC's a better and more stabilized top-heavy league with Clemson, Florida State, and Miami. And I know Florida State sucked, and people out there are probably bringing that to light. I'm not talking about what's going on the field right this second. I'm talking about the resources, facilities, the brand name, everything involved with the programs. But there's more likelihood that the SEC could pick off Clemson, Miami, Florida State, and you remaining being West Virginia in the ACC, that you're in trouble now, as if you made that move to the ACC, as opposed to staying in what seems to be a more stable situation in the Big 12, even though they're not as good. It's more stable because where is Texas Tech going? Where's TCU going? Where's Oklahoma State going? There's possibilities there. Baylor possibly, if the Big Ten really starts to grab up teams. But you get a more stable situation, but you've got a higher ceiling in the ACC.
Yeah.
Mark, I just don't know. I just don't know. Does it matter? Does it matter? I mean, this, Nick, you're a West Virginia fan. I'm not going to try to burst your bubble. And I just went on a rant about how I want to see the ACC, the Pac-12, and the Big 12 figure this out and figure out a way to team up. But I just want to know, does it matter, Mark, if West Virginia joins the ACC or the Big 12? I think both of those conferences, barring some big move, and, I don't know what that looks like, but barring some big move, those two conferences are not going to be relevant nationally in 5 to 6 years if things continue down the path. If theoretically the SEC grabs Clemson, Miami, Florida State, the Big Ten has Oregon, Washington, Notre Dame. I just don't know how either of those conferences stay relevant, especially if you're losing Florida State, Miami, and Clemson for the ACC. The Big 12 is already not real relevant when you compare what the Big Ten and the SEC will have in 2 to 3 years.
See, I would have agreed with you 2 days ago. I would have 100% agreed with you 2 days ago. Like, my only issue with West Virginia going to the ACC was the money. But, at the same time, the ACC had such a bigger stability than the Big 12. But now, is it really? Like, does the ACC really have that much more leverage? Because now the Big 12 is looking to get Arizona State. Now, I don't know for sure because, the Big 12 has made a lot of mistakes. Trust me. We all know the Big 12 is the laughingstock of all the conferences. They sat around with a 10-team conference for however long and waited for Texas and Oklahoma to leave before they decided to do something. But now you got to think they're trying to get, they're definitely trying to look for the Arizona States, the Arizonas, the Utahs of the world. And, if I was the Big 12, I screw the 16 conference, screw a 16-team conference. I'm going for an 18. I'm trying to outdo everybody else because, they've been at the bottom dweller for so long. Like, why not try to take that next step? Why not try to get everybody you possibly can from the Pac-12? And I think that stability is something that West Virginia needs. And you also got to remember, once Oklahoma and Texas leaves, West Virginia is going to be that top team. They're going to be that.
That's not a good thing, though. That's not a good thing for West Virginia fans if West Virginia is the top dog.
The same thing happened in the Big East. West Virginia was a top dog, and we all saw how that went. So it's not necessarily a good thing, but I would believe that, like if the ACC, if they can't get Notre Dame, like they're going to have to find a Memphis, They're going to have to find a lower classification school. And I hear a lot of people trash talking and saying, you know, the ACC doesn't want West Virginia. Well, I kind of see it as like at this point, they really need West Virginia. But like West Virginia, we wanted them. We wanted to go to the ACC. But at this point, and it's funny how history works, you know, back then we tried to go to the ACC and they claimed it was on our academics, but a part of me really feels like, you know, they kind of saw our fans as rowdy and kind of a little bit trashy. And this might be wrong, but they did see our fans as a little too rowdy, a little too trashy, and they just shut us down, you know, from that perspective. And it's like now history moves on, and it's like now it's like it seems like they can't live without, you know, a West Virginia or a Notre Dame, you know, and they really screwed up with their TV deal because now it's like, you know, teams are looking around and it's all about money. And it's like, like in Big Ten showed that example right then and there. You know, West Virginia fans, they all want to go in the ACC, right? And their talk is regional. It's regional. You know, we don't want to drive to Oklahoma. We don't want to go to Texas and this and that and the third, you know, to play these teams. But the Big Ten just showed that it's not about travel. It's not. They're a national brand. So, you know, that just shows me that it's purely about the money, you know.
So, Nick, we need to move on here. I'm going to interpret Corey's line about it not mattering one of two ways. And one way is comforting for West Virginia fans. The other would be completely the opposite. One would be, we've got roughly, I believe the number is 66 teams in the Power Five. If you take, with BYU entering with the other teams from the group of five into the Big 12 and Notre Dame, I think the number's like 65, 67, something like that. So it almost fits into either a 16 per 4 league, 64, or it's a 32-32 AFC, NFC kind of superpower Big 10 SEC, 64. So that would work out for West Virginia, whether they get slammed into a mega SEC or a mega Big 10, that they are one of the 64. Okay. And so I'm going to interpret Corey's statement of, hey, it's not going to matter as meaning you're going to be okay. You're one of the top 64 programs in the country. You're going to be somewhere unless the SEC and the Big 10 get to a certain point where they're like, you know, we've got whatever the number is, 20, or we got 24. And you know what? You don't add any value. There's no reason to take you on. We're done. We're good with our 24 each, and that's college football, and that's what it's going to be at the highest level going forward. And whoever gets left out, those 16 to 20, have fun in the group of five. And that's where there could be some schools in trouble. Nick, we appreciate you being here. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it.
Keep watching. Thanks.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
So let me just explain that, Mark, before we get to our next caller.
Did I interpret that correctly?
Not exactly, but
Okay.
So I'm not going with the philosophy that we're going to end up with two 24-team super conferences. So I guess the thought process is that eventually West Virginia can be added to either the Big Ten or the SEC. Is that the thought process at this point?
Or get left out?
Yeah, I just don't know what if we're looking at two conferences that are 20 apiece, because there's not 48 powers minus I know that there's Vanderbilt and Missouri, but I'm just saying there's not enough powers to be added to the SEC and the Big Ten to where you're going to be able to fill 48 spots. I don't know that that's going to be where this is headed. Now, maybe it will, because if we're just basing everything off of television and we're going to somewhat devalue the blue blood aspect of things, and maybe, but I just don't know what the difference between being in the ACC and being in the Big 12 is. They're both going to be irrelevant. If the Big 10 adds Notre Dame, Oregon, Washington, the SEC adds Miami, Florida State, Clemson. I hate saying that. that's why I'm trying to figure out a way to get those three conferences aligned. I just don't know what does it matter if West Virginia is the best school, and it's going to be equivalent to what we have now in the group of 5. It's just not even close. It's not even close, Mark.
And that's why I'm making a distinction in terms of what we don't know is how far this is going to go. How far are these two conferences going to take this? Because if they do get to a place where they feel comfortable with all of our members add value to what we're doing, and we feel confident with everyone, and we're not going to just to add, then it does possibly end at 20-20 or 24-24, and everybody else gets left out. Versus, does this keep going to where it? Because right now we do have roughly 65 Power 5 teams in play that are part of the in crowd, the haves.
Yeah, for now. But that's obviously going to change. So yeah, I don't
Maybe.
Well, it's going to change. 65 teams.
The configuration is going to change, but maybe it doesn't change in terms of roughly who the haves and the have-nots are, meaning the Power 5 versus the Group of 5, or whatever that power number becomes versus everybody else. Maybe that stays roughly the same.
I just don't know what, like I said, I just don't know what any of those conferences bring to the table if the Big Ten and the SEC continue to make these moves and just pick apart every power out there. It doesn't matter what, I think we can agree, it doesn't really matter if you're collectively, somewhat good. If you don't have a power, like it's like the AAC, right? The AAC has had some good teams, right? And I know they've been picked over too, but that's been a good conference. But it doesn't really matter. They're never going to be perceived like the SECs of the world or the Big Tens of the world, because you don't have the Ohio States or the Alabamas, LSU, etc. So I don't know. That's an interesting topic, but I know that West Virginia fans, I'm concerned for Iowa State fans, concerned for West Virginia fans, and every other school that's out there right now without a home.
So I get it. To your point, if you're NC State or TCU and you're a decent level Power 5 right now in one of the have-not conferences, are you any different than what Houston typically is, right, or was, exactly, and Cincinnati and UCF?
Exactly. I think what you're aiming for right now, what we're heading towards now, is in 3 to 4 years, assuming even if we do expand the playoff, I think you're looking at a situation where the West Virginias, the Baylors, the Oklahoma States, the Arizona's, like, it doesn't matter to me if the Big 12 adds Arizona or Arizona State. How does that move the scale at all? To me, it does absolutely nothing. And so if you do that, if you add teams, regardless if you add teams, you're going to have a situation like you just brought up, like Cincinnati last year, where they had to win every single game to get into the playoff. And I think there may be scenarios, especially if you expand the playoff, but we're talking no margin for error at that point.
Okay, if you're speaking from a playoff perspective, yes, adding Arizona and Arizona State doesn't move the needle, but it makes more money. It gets into other television markets. Absolutely. It does all that.
But we heard you probably saw this report on social media. Somebody reported that a Big Ten rep was quoted as saying that, we don't really care about the Rose Bowl anymore. It's all about the playoff. So. And I understand money rules the roost, and certainly TV. I mean, look at what Missouri and Rutgers have given up. They've given up being competitive to be able to, take a boost in finances. I get that. So I am looking at, I guess, more from a competitive standpoint, because that's where college football has shifted. It's all about the playoff, and I just don't know how those other teams stay competitive.
All right. We got number one ND fan here.
How we doing, Mark?
How's it going?
Good. I first want to speak for the 700 people in chat before they hate me and disagree with me. I want to thank you on behalf of everyone for the show you put on. It's top tier. Can't beat it, honestly.
Appreciate that.
Yeah,
thank you. Corey as well, of course.
I want to start by I wanted to start talking to Blue and Gold Dude about calling Notre Dame boring. West Virginia fan calling Notre Dame boring is interesting to me.
Yeah, I didn't jump on that, but I don't really understand that myself. I think Notre Dame's, they've been a top 5 to 10 team / program in the nation under Brian Kelly. And sometimes their games were boring, just like a Michigan game is
Right.
boring or fill in the blank. And sometimes they're riveting.
Yeah. I believe that people are blowing this whole realignment stuff way out of proportion right now. Obviously, with USC, a big program, making a big move like that, and we saw OU and Texas do the same thing with SEC. Those are huge moves, but there are plenty of options that the ACC, the Big 12, the Pac-12 can do, where they might not be on that level as the Big 10, the SEC, but they're still, if you get an undefeated team in the ACC, they're still going to make the playoff, especially if you expand it. And that's my main thing with Notre Dame too, is we're trending more and more towards playoff expansion. And if the playoff gets expanded, what use does Notre Dame have for a conference unless the playoff committee says you have to be in a conference to make the playoffs? I even think if they go to 12 and say you need to be in a conference for a bye, I don't think that's enough for Notre Dame to think, oh boy, we got to get in there now. Because you're looking at 11-1, sometimes 10-2, depending on the schedule of Notre Dame teams that are going to be in the top 12. So I think, and then I think the ACC, all they need to do is add 2 teams, fix that TV contract, and hope Florida State and Miami get back to Florida State and Miami. Because 20 years ago, the ACC would be a power right now, especially if Clemson would climbed with Dabo like they did, and Florida State and Miami held on to their high-level status. The ACC is right on par with the Big Ten right now. The Big Ten missed the playoffs 2 years not too long ago, 2 years in a row back-to-back. So adding a middle-of-the-pack right now, Pac-12 team, a super conference I think is a little too far right now. Now, if they add Notre Dame, Oregon, Washington, whoever, then we can talk about that then. I'm not ready to be there yet with the Big Ten.
Well, the Big Ten missed on the playoff. Let me just add this. The Big Ten missed on the playoff 2 years when the Power 5 was balanced. We're talking about a scenario where the Power 5 will not be at all balanced. So it's obviously easier to miss a playoff when you have 5 conferences. At least one's going to be left out because you have, theoretically, you have powers in each conference. So,
or Notre Dame, but yeah.
Well, or Notre Dame. That's the problem. And then so I get your line of thinking, but I'm just saying, moving forward, you're not going to have a scenario where the Big Ten or the SEC gets left out ever, because
yeah, for sure.
There's not 5 great conferences anymore.
Yeah, I can't say that the Big Ten took this big leap in the past week just because they got USC and UCLA. At least in like this year, the next couple of years. Obviously, USC's building, and who knows, they might be a contender this next year, but. I don't think the Big Ten is at this supreme level yet. I think they'll have playoff teams every year, like you said. I think they'll have very, very, very good teams. Ohio State will continue to be elite, etc. I just don't see how this is creating some – I think the SEC is still levels ahead of the Big Ten, especially with OU and Texas. I don't know if you agree or disagree, but I don't think the Big Ten's even on the SEC's level yet.
It is if you add Notre Dame, Oregon, and Washington.
I don't see Notre Dame.
Well, if we're talking about potential, then why are we? If we're not talking about potential, then let's not throw Texas into the mix. What has Texas done from a national standpoint in the last 6-7 years?
That's true.
I mean, and one could argue the same thing about LSU.
Yeah.
Besides you throw the 1 year out, right? You throw the 1 year out. LSU has not been a player nationally, so I think we're looking at this from a potential standpoint, from a market standpoint. USC, UCLA, and Oregon, to me, do move the scale. And you're right. Right now, there's a big gap. Mark has been very clear on this in the past, too. There's a big gap currently, 2022, between the Big Ten and the SEC. That's before you add Oregon, Texas. So you're right. The Big Ten needs a lot to tilt the scales. I just think, boy, you add Notre Dame, you add USC, UCLA, and Oregon. I don't care about Washington. I think that gets you pretty close.
Yeah, this is kind of where I want to finish up. I don't see Notre Dame leaving, personally, from my experience with the program. I know that I don't like to throw around that I know a lot of people in the higher-ups in Notre Dame. I'm a legacy from the football program. There's a lot of people in the Notre Dame high ups that don't want a conference at all, and they want to hold on to that for as long as they can, and not like this TV contract is going to end in 2025. Right now, it's outdated. We're not getting as much as these other conferences, but I don't see why Amazon, especially like a Fox, I could see Fox throwing $150 million at Notre Dame and saying, "All right, you're our 3:30 slot after big noon kickoff. You're our night game." There's a lot that can happen with this Big Ten. And honestly, I could see it, no other teams being added. I could see it staying right where it is right now. That's where they at, 14, 16, 16?
16. So, number one ND fan, if these mega conferences want to take a stand at whatever number they land, whether it's you think it may be done, I don't think it is.
A question I had for you, Mark, especially with the Oregon show earlier, we were talking about this a lot. If Notre Dame, if they want two teams and Notre Dame's one of those, why isn't, let's say Oregon's the top Pac-12 team, why isn't Oregon already in the Big Ten? And we're just seeing if it's Notre Dame, Washington, Stanford, why isn't Oregon already in if they're adding two teams, unless it's Stanford? That's the only explanation I can see is it'll be Notre Dame and Stanford.
Yeah, well, I made the case for Stanford. Certainly, yeah. I think there is a case to be made. My statement against your scenario with Notre Dame staying as an independent would be, it would depend on what type of stance these mega conferences would want to make. But if they chose to, they could shut out Notre Dame. They could say, why are we going to continue college football where everyone's in a conference, and Notre Dame's the only independent? We are not playing Notre Dame.
Yeah, this will be my last point, and then I'll let you get to the next caller. Everyone's talking about chasing the money. They're joining these super conferences to get a lot of money. Notre Dame should join a conference. Notre Dame should join the Big Ten to get more money. But these schools all of a sudden won't schedule automatic sellout. Notre Dame sells out every game they go to, every team they play. A home and home with, we got Alabama is in a super conference already, and they're playing Notre Dame. Texas A&M's in a super conference already. They're going to be playing Notre Dame. Like, we have Arkansas is another one, but they're kind of, I don't know if Texas and OU will be in when we play them next. But we have SEC schools already scheduling us, and USC already committed. This was within hours of USC saying they were going to the Big Ten. The AD said that they're going to be playing Notre Dame still. So I just don't see how everyone's going to chase the money all of a sudden. But then when it comes to Notre Dame, we don't need Notre Dame money. We don't need a sellout crowd against Notre Dame. We don't need our cities, our campus environments to get the economic benefit of having Notre Dame come to town.
So I'm not stating what's going to happen. I'm stating what they could do.
Oh yeah, they could.
If they wanted to not look at the one payday per team per night during the season and wanted to take more of a principled stand and even a long-term stand to say, we're pushing back on this and we'll sacrifice a couple bucks here and there, and we will force Notre Dame to join a conference, because that in the long term is going to be best for us and the best, maybe even for them, and the best for college football.
Mm-hmm. I know I said that'd be the last one. This is actually the last one. With Notre Dame, let's say they join the Big Ten. Let's say they bring in Stanford. Is that not the dude said earlier about the Notre Dame conference? That sounds an awful lot like at least half of a Notre Dame conference. You're bringing in half their rivals to play them. So this is for chat specifically, not for you. Notre Dame's not irrelevant. Stop it. Okay. Have a good one, Mark.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you being here.
I don't have anything to say to that, Mark, other than my one point about potential. If we're not selecting, if we're looking at this from a competitive standpoint paired with market, if we're not looking at potential, then what are we looking at? Because potential,
yes,
oftentimes is associated with market. That's the first thing. Second thing is, somebody brought up Washington. Yeah, they did make the playoff one year, but Iowa was one play away from making the playoff in 2015. I believe they would have gotten beaten badly by Alabama, just for the record. But I'm just saying, like, had Iowa made the playoff, nobody would have been calling, well, Iowa, they're a power. That's not, no, I'm sorry. That's not the case. So Iowa State was close to making the playoff, you could say, in 2020. Fairly close, right?
Yeah. Yep.
But again, nobody's arguing that they're a power. So I don't believe just because you've made a playoff or been close to a playoff, that automatically means you need to be in that discussion. LSU is in the discussion because of the fact that they've done it and they've got the potential, right? They've got market-wise, I don't really know what LSU brings that the surrounding SEC schools bring, but they're certainly, with the fan base and with the facilities and everything LSU brings to the table, that's certainly they're a power, right? They're an SEC power.
Absolutely.
But USC, nobody can argue that USC isn't a power, and I think Oregon. I think we can argue that those two are powers. But I think after that, like maybe Washington, maybe Stanford. Stanford has been relevant, but Stanford has also been, from a competitive standpoint, these last 2 years. Am I correct in saying that they've basically been hot garbage?
They're 11-19 the last 3 years.
Yeah. So from an academic standpoint, they fit into the Big Ten blueprint. But I think that Notre Dame fan may be, is it Nick, or what was his name? Not Nick. Whatever his name was. Sorry to the caller. Yeah. But it seems to me that he might be looking at this, and I know it's hard. I'm an Iowa fan, but I think you got to look at this from an outside perspective without just looking at it from a Notre Dame perspective or from an Iowa perspective. And you've got to look at why these moves are being made. And I think then you can start to extrapolate and predict and predict forward. I don't think you can do that without taking off your fan glasses. But I do appreciate the conversation.
Okay, I'll make this statement, then we'll get to our next caller. And of course, all the super chats coming in. Thank you so much for those. The more this moves toward the direction of looking like an NFL structure organizationally, the more, if the powers that be, and again, there's not a governing body to make sure that this all comes together nice and neatly, it's different conferences moving in their own best interests, and that's why it's so gangly, and that's why it's cutthroat. But the more it moves into, okay, we've got a college football playoff selection process, and conference champions are going to be awarded in this way. We saw the proposal that, even though it was turned down, it's still, I believe, going to be something close to what we saw proposed last summer. The more I got to think that there's going to be pushback on everyone's in a conference. The college football playoff process is predicated on conference championships, automatic bids based on those conference championships. We cannot have one school sitting over here that we judge and have to evaluate based on different criteria just for the sake of them wanting to stay independent. Too bad. Now, number one ND fan is probably right that these individual schools, as long as the schools are able to schedule their own games, sure, there's always going to be somebody playing at a high level that is going to want that Notre Dame payday to schedule Notre Dame. But if they would band together, I'm not saying this is going to happen, I'm saying it could happen, that they have the ability and authority to do it if they so choose, to band together to say, no, we are not scheduling you, join a conference, because this is where we all are funneling our resources, and our focus is toward having equal scheduling and structure toward the selection of a playoff, and you need to get in that flow with everybody else.
Yeah, and I certainly don't believe anybody that wants to argue that USC and UCLA was, I don't know if it was our West Virginia guy, but I don't believe the theory that you're going to have a situation where this USC UCLA move was made to leverage Notre Dame. Okay. Let's not take away from what USC is as a brand. And yeah, I think you're right, though. I think there is the point to be made that now that USC and UCLA have been added, you're going to have a situation. If I'm the SEC, I might consider trying to get more games on the schedule for against Notre Dame. I don't know how many games they have scheduled against the Southeast Conference moving forward, but that might be the only thing that keeps them out of the Big Ten, Mark, is if the SEC says, hey, we'll just give we'll just schedule half of our non-conference games against you guys, because they've been willing to play non-conference games late into the year anyways. So if we can do that, then that may keep Notre Dame above water, right? Without Notre Dame, they can basically tell Notre Dame, you don't have to join a conference, but we're going to keep you afloat, just so you won't join the Big Ten.
If those, yes, that's the key point. What you just the last phrase there. Yeah. I was about to send that a different direction, but absolutely. All right, Uncle Rico, thank you so much for that. Yes, George could make sense of all of this, I'm sure.
We had George coming, and then he had to get off, it looked like. So
and I understand the long wait, so we appreciate. There were like 10 or 12 people lined up, but the real MVP, we're coming to you, and you were the only one here. Mike, thank you so much for the contribution there, Mike Palmer. Hype name for Marcus Freeman if he has a great year. ASAP Rockney. All right, Mike. Thank you so much for the contribution. We appreciate that. Now we got one of our old favorites here, to real MVP.
Hey, Corey. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
Doing well. What's going on?
Everything is happening in the college football world.
Your real MVP, before you start, can you read your, for everybody who's listening, to the 722 people who are listening, can you please read your bio on Twitter?
Oh, let me pull it up real quick,
Yep.
okay?
I want to read it word for word.
I've never read it.
He's going to read it to you, Mark. The awkward pause.
Frequent caller at MarkRogersTV and at From the Hawkeye. Lover of all things Kentucky.
All right, Drill MVP, we're ready for you.
Well, the thing, I would completely agree with Mark Rogers about just freezing out Notre Dame. Make them play Dixie State or James Madison and relevant teams and force them into the alliance.
Who are you talking? You're talking about the Big Ten doing that.
Big Ten,
Everybody.
Pac-8, Pac-10, whatever it'll be, and the ACC. Just freeze them out.
Right, but like I say, then that gives leverage for the SEC, right? Correct?
Well, it could, but if you do it like a week before kickoff and they don't have a schedule and they're frantically going around.
You're saying drop the game mid-season?
Yeah.
That'd be beautiful. The real MVP's getting radical here. Yes. Join a conference or we're not playing that game Saturday.
Yeah. And if they say there's no precedent for it, I would say 2020, it happened all the time.
Yeah, there was no precedence for that. Oh, you're talking about the whole season. I'm saying there's no precedence for what Notre Dame pulled off and joining. We're going to join a conference for a year. The ACC, I could not produce enough content, enough videos, and rant and rave enough about how weak the ACC is for allowing Notre Dame to join its conference for one season, advance to its conference championship game. And what an embarrassment that would be to allow a team to abuse you for 1 year, win your conference, and then say, see ya. It's pathetic what the ACC has allowed Notre Dame to do. It's so incredibly weak.
Well, I'm going to answer the first question, caller. Yeah, according to Google, I'm quoting from SI.com, quote, currently, every member of the Big Ten, except for Nebraska, is an AAU member. In order to expand the conference, the Big Ten would want any new school to be part of the AAU. The only exception to that rule being Notre Dame.
You read that from where?
SI.com.
Okay.
So that's what they say about the AAU issue. So that is irrelevant.
Well, no, again, Nebraska is not part of the AAU, correct?
No, according to this, they are not.
So why are we still talking about that?
I don't know. I'm just answering the guy's question, Corey.
I know, but I'm just saying why. But no, you're not the only one that's brought it up, Drew. Why do we keep bringing up the AAU? Who cares at this point? In the words of Hillary Clinton, what difference at this point does it make? You've already got an institution in Nebraska who's not an AAU school. I know that I guess USC and UCLA are. Do we really think that that's going to continue to leverage the Big Ten Conference? I don't understand the people out there who still think that academics are the most important thing. I just don't. I'd love it to be, but it's just not. It
was my understanding that Nebraska had some kind of a period of time that they would, the Big Ten would, they had a plan set in place between the two of them to raise them to AAU level. Jason is saying here in the chat, and the chat's going too fast, I can't even grab these comments. Nebraska was AAU when they joined, and they lost it due to a technicality. I have heard that as well.
Okay,
and
but
I don't know exactly what the deal is.
So, but how can you? But how, it's pretty difficult to say to a school, well, we're denying your membership because you're not an AAU school when you have Nebraska not an AAU school, regardless of the reason. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. And again, regardless if Nebraska was or not, I just think that there's too much money involved just to fall back on that, and football rules the roost. So I don't know. I just think it's an irrelevant conversation.
So, how do you think these expansion is going to affect the college football playoff expansion? I haven't seen anybody talk about that, but I feel like this kind of hurts the idea of the guaranteed playoff spots, because I can make an argument that the 4th or 5th best team in the Big Ten could be better than the Big 12 champion. And I don't think that would be fair.
Well, we know that after those proposals were turned down by some semblance of the ACC and somebody else, maybe the Big Ten was involved.
I think the Pac-12 was. I'm sure they're regretting right now.
The Pac-12 turned down those playoff proposals from last summer, that it was determined by someone, and this is always the mystery involving college football, where these decisions sometimes are coming from, that these proposals would not be reviewed, and we would be in the same format of 4 teams through, I think, 2025, and we wouldn't see a new format take hold until 2026 at the earliest.
Okay,
now,
but
that could always change. But
do you think because there were some formats where you go to 8, the 5 conference champions get in, the next 3 at-large teams get in? I think this blows up that model completely.
Sure. I agree.
Do you think it blows up the idea of guaranteed playoff spots completely or not?
Well, it depends on where we land, and it. So there's a lot of moving parts here, because you got to figure, if, let's say, in 2 years we've seen a couple more changes, and the conferences sit at whatever the configuration is at the time, and therefore there's a playoff TV deal that is struck based on that current conference configuration. Well, I don't think that that's going to ban or prohibit conferences from continuing to change and grab teams and expand. But there's going to be a playoff decided. There's going to be a playoff at some point. There's going to be a playoff that's going to be decided based on whatever the configuration is at that time, unless the powers that be know of deals that are going on that are forthcoming. Therefore, they're not going to decide on a playoff. They're going to wait for those deals to be cemented and announced.
Okay. And my next thing is, with the conferences being as huge as they're getting, it's getting impossible to have just 2 teams in it for a conference championship, because you could have 3 or 4 really, really good teams.
Yes.
So should we have conference semifinal games?
Yeah, there's a logistical issue that could arise the larger these conferences get. If you've got an 18-team conference that's playing 8 or 9 conference games, you exponentially, with every additional team, you increase the possibility that you have, let's say, 3 teams that go undefeated. So who plays in your conference championship game? Or 1 team has a secure spot, and then you've got 4 teams that are all 6-2 or 7-2, and 3 of them didn't play. And how do you decide fairly? How do you decide who reaches the conference championship game? Yes.
Corey, I would like your thoughts on that, because as an Iowa guy, you're right there in the thick of every divisional race.
Repeat the question for me, the drill MVP.
Do you want a conference championship weekend to be expanded to include a semifinals?
I was just talking with Don Patterson about that earlier today. if the Big Ten does that, you likely have to eliminate a conference game, right? So you just shorten the schedule to 11, and you treat it the way they treated schedules back in 2020, and they just say, well, if you're not competing in the semifinal game, we'll schedule you against someone else. That way, everybody still gets the 12 regular season games, but for 4 of those teams, they're semifinal games for the conference. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I actually like that. That was one of the smart ideas the Pac-12 has had, in my opinion, where everybody played that weekend.
Yeah. No, I think that makes sense. It worked. I mean, it worked as well as it could. I know Iowa didn't get to play that game in 2020, but yeah, I think that's the only way you do that, because if you're playing 14 games potentially before a playoff, then to me that puts you at a disadvantage. And I don't know
that, by the way.
Say it again.
I love that, by the way.
Love what?
I love that idea of we've got a conference, whether it's just the conference championship game itself or the weekend before a semifinal round, and the rest of the conference season is undetermined, because it brings intrigue to the rest of the games played, and you can have a build up throughout the day. You play a couple games at noon, 3:30, and leading into the conference championship game. And it's fun not to know the week before, okay, all of a sudden Iowa didn't make the Big Ten championship game, but they got a game against Penn State, and that's going to be their final game, and it's going to be fun to watch.
No, I think that's the only feasible way to do it. And
the final thing I'll say is with bowl games, I mean, the Rose Bowl is essentially irrelevant at this point, because the 4th best Pac-12 Big Ten teams probably be better than the Pac-8 or Pac-10 team. So what I would suggest doing is having the bowl games themselves draft the teams. What do you think about that?
So outside of the playoff, you want the bowls to draft the teams.
Yes.
Rather than there being a set designation that the Gator Bowl is the SEC versus the Big Ten, 5 seeds playing each other or whatever.
Yes, I think it's going to be like a logistical problem, because you're going to have one conference that has 18 teams, and it's just going to get messy. So I think just having the bowl games come and drafted down the line would make it a lot simpler.
Well, I think you and other people had a great idea. I can take no credit for this. That I think the best idea for the bowls going forward, it's one of 2 things. Either we reinstitute what was going on in the 1990s before the BCS and before that, and we go back to a traditional bowl system, and then we select our playoff teams after that, either our playoff teams or our championship +1 game, and that creates a completely different situation on New Year's Day, where the bowl games are elevated to, these are important games again. They matter because they're going to determine who plays in the national championship or in the semifinals. We either do that, or you go to a bowl system that, again, we had a discussion about this a couple months ago, that there are a lot of intriguing matchups out there because of just various coaching changes, player situations, rivalries, whatever, that you, break down all the guidelines and rules to the bowl system, and you allow somebody with half a brain or a committee to say, you know what, this could be an interesting, we want, Oklahoma went 8-4 and USC went 8-4, and they were irrelevant for one season, but you know what? Lincoln Riley is the most hated man in Oklahoma. They're going to play in a bowl game. They're going to play in the Holiday Bowl, and makes decisions like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That seems like a good idea. The final thing I'll say is, man, this is a heck of a time to be alive for college football. So hit the like and subscribe button.
To Real MVP, we appreciate it, man.
No problem.
Thanks for being here. All right. We want to make sure that we honor these callers in the right order. Will's already joined us. Now we got Sean. We got Christopher, I believe, is our next one. Are you geared up for this one, Corey? This could be a good one.
I am, but let me just add this. So everybody's I saw some people ripping me in the chat because, I don't understand how academics bring in money. I understand that, but we're talking about, because Notre Dame is not an AAU school, correct? Am I correct in saying that?
That's what I'm understanding.
Okay, so if they're not an AAU school, my point is that should no longer be a deal breaker.
especially
Okay.
when you've got a current member that's been in the
That's what
league
I'm
for
saying.
12 years.
So I'm not saying that academics don't matter. That's never what I said. But my point is, at this point, it doesn't matter because your goal, you're not going to shoot the conference down from a financial standpoint by adding Notre Dame. You're only going to help the cause, regardless if they're an AAU school or not. That's all I'm saying.
677 on the line. Would like to invite everybody to head on over to From the Hawkeye of the Storm. I'll post the banner with Corey's information here in just a second. Get on over there. Please subscribe. Subscribe right here at the Voice of College Football. This has been a great time over the last couple of days with all this uproar in college football. And thank you so much for all the contributions, whether they're to like the video, share the videos, and of course the super chats. Now we got our guy Chris on the line from Colorado. Chris,
Hi, Mark.
how are you?
Good. How are you?
You're on with myself and with Corey.
Yeah, I've never talked to Corey before. This will be fun.
This is a pleasure.
Absolutely.
This is a pleasure.
Is it?
This
I hope
absolutely is.
I feel like the pleasure's all mine. Trust me.
I appreciate that.
No, I mean it too. I don't. I know I say things in the chat that are controversial, and I kind of want to apologize. I get really frustrated because whether I have the right ideas or not, and I'm not going to promote my ideas because they're just ideas. That's all they are. Then I don't expect people to necessarily agree with them. But for example, I'm just going to throw this out there, okay? It's such a terrible idea to add Kansas because they're so terrible right now, right? Well, we could say the same thing about Arkansas, maybe not that long ago, right? I know they're pretty good right now, but so it's not always based, and I'm not going to throw that idea out there anymore because people have already kind of told me they don't like it. But if it's based only on the present condition, then probably Arkansas shouldn't be where they are right now. They should be out somewhere else, because they were terrible. Am I wrong? 2 or 3 years ago.
Hey, Chris, can we back up just a little bit? So what are you proposing? Let's start there.
I'm not really proposing anything, Mark. I just, one thing. All right. Well, the real MVP, I'm sorry, and I don't mean to disrespect him, but I completely disagree with almost everything he says on everything. Now, whether that's something I have to make, maybe that's something I have to deal with. But, I think playoffs, and I've already told you this, Mark, I sound like a broken record, and people don't seem to like my ideas. I think playoffs are the worst thing that's ever happened to college football. I think if we could get rid of the playoffs, I think that would make everything so much better.
Have we had a conversation about this in the past, Chris? It comes along, I don't know, every so often that I just recall that we had a conversation. I'm kidding. Go ahead. You hate the playoffs. I don't understand that, but
let me just tell Corey, I don't think Corey's heard this before, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, Mark, because I've already told you about it, and I'm not making this up, and so it's going to sound like I'm just making it up, but the traditional Rose Bowl in 2014, I think we can both agree, would have been Ohio State and Oregon. Am I wrong? That would have been, whether we agree with that's the right thing to do or not, that's who it would have been, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, all I really did was I took that position where I know, and I benefited from the fact that they had both advanced. I didn't know if they'd advance, but they both advanced. And what I did was I thought, well, maybe we could work with that. Maybe kind of use the same idea that was with the BCS, and maybe what I was looking for was a pattern. And I didn't know if I'd find one or not. And you can make up your own mind whether I did or didn't. But, I think we can both agree that whether it was just by blind luck or whatever, I think a Rose Bowl would have been enough to settle the championship that year. But, maybe you might take the opinion that no, it wouldn't have because of Alabama and Florida State or whatever. But I'm of the opinion that would have been enough. And so you don't need a playoff if that's all you really need is a pairing of teams. So we got lucky that year, I guess, right? You can just say, well, that's 1 year you got lucky. Well,
how did we get lucky? I'm sorry to interrupt here, Chris. So you're bringing forth a season in which we had 5 teams with 1 loss and 1 team that went undefeated, correct? So
I'm sure there were many teams that could have probably advanced. I'm not gonna. I know Texas Christian, Baylor. There were probably even more than that, Mark. If you want to get right down to it, I think.
Well, I'm not trying to make a guess on who could have advanced. I'm stating facts. We had 5 1-loss teams, and we had 1 undefeated team, Florida State.
Right.
So in the actual playoff, 2 of the 1-loss teams were left out. So that's a different discussion.
No, I'm not really promoting a playoff here, so I don't know that I really care about that.
Okay. Under your format, you're saying that you wanted a traditional Big Ten Pac-12 matchup in the Rose Bowl, which would have been Ohio State and Oregon, and that would have been your national championship game.
It wouldn't have been my national championship game, but looking back on the season, I think it's kind of hard to argue that wouldn't have been sufficient. That we could say, well, oh no, we still have Texas Christian, we still have Baylor, we still have whatever team you want to throw out there. But
Florida State was 14-0 before they lost in the playoff. But under your scenario, they would not have played that playoff game. They would have gone and played a bowl game. What if they win that bowl game and they're the only undefeated team in the nation? But you have this other national championship game over here in the Rose Bowl.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, and again, this kind of gets off on a tangent a little bit, because I know how to do a proficiency. If I'm not mistaken, the top two teams by proficiency were Oregon and I think it was Alabama, if I'm not mistaken, and that's based on memory. I don't have the facts right in front of me, but so if you want to base it solely on the proficiency, then you maybe should have paired Oregon and Alabama together. But I'm saying the tradition, the Rose Bowl, whether it was just blind luck or whatever, I mean, we could argue that all night, I guess. But, looking back on the season, am I wrong to suggest that an Oregon versus Ohio State game might not have been enough to select a deserving champion? That's my whole
point. When there's a team that's undefeated.
Well, that's kind of actually, if you want to know the truth, this gets back to my proficiency rating again. Florida State actually would have been 5th by proficiency rating, even with the undefeated record. So I can kind of actually trump you on that a little bit.
You're not trumping anything. How do you trump an undefeated season?
Well, yeah, it does, because if we limit it to
we're going to tell a team of Florida State's caliber, you didn't meet the proficiency rating, even though you're 14-0, you get no chance to play for a national championship.
Well, if you limit it to 4 teams, then yeah, if you base it solely on proficiency rating, then they don't fall within the top 4. Texas Christian would have advanced without Florida State.
Chris, this will probably be a better discussion if you have this with Corey. I'm just going to ask one simple question.
I'm not lying to you, Mark.
I understand. I'm not saying you're lying to me. I'm just saying your system doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
It makes perfect sense. It really does.
No, you can't tell an undefeated team that played a Power 5 schedule, we're giving you no chance to win a national championship. This is all I'm simply asking, Chris. Just tell us, what do you want? What do you want?
Well, I was trying to explain it to you. Trying to explain. Let me explain it to you. Okay. Well, a traditional bowl pairing, regardless of where anybody would stand on it, I think we can maybe agree, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't work for the Rose Bowl. I don't live in Pasadena. I'm thinking the Rose Bowl, if they had their choice of any 2 teams they could have picked that season, I'm guessing, probably maybe even wrong in my guessing of it, that they would have picked Ohio State and Oregon, is what I'm thinking. And then we know, based on how the season ended, and I know that's kind of me kind of taking the advantage of the fact that playoff paired those 2 teams together, that would have been enough to claim one team as a champion. Now, this gets easier as I go on. So that's 1 year that's kind of like, you can say that's kind of a fluke. Go ahead, that's fine. You say there's other teams, maybe there are. The other thing I noticed, and this is from the 2015, 2016, and 2018 seasons. Again, you have to kind of give me a little leeway here, because it's not going to make sense to you if you take your hard-nosed position on who should go and who shouldn't. But if we follow the same protocol, I guess, as I just explained to you, I think there's a pretty decent chance that it would have been the Orange, Peach, and Cotton Bowls, because that's who the 3 teams or 3 bowl games would have been, had they been given a choice. I'm just saying I don't know for a fact, might have taken Alabama and Clemson, and that might have doubled as a title game for those 3 seasons, 2015, 2016, and 2018. And again, with the kind of, because that's where the rotation would have gone in, kind of like the BCS. And that would have been sufficient to claim one team as a champion. Now we can go to the 2017 season. That one's a little bit tougher. But the top 2 teams, based again on my proficiency rating, which you don't like, I understand that, but the top 2 teams would have been Alabama and Georgia, believe it or not. So we have the option of the Sugar Bowl either taking Alabama and Georgia, putting them together, or there was like an agreement that was made, I'm not making this up, between the Big 12 and the SEC that would have paired Alabama and Oklahoma. And I think either one of those would have been fine. Okay.
Chris, you're losing a lot of people here. I'm just going to make this one statement, and you tell me if I'm correct on this. You have a proficiency rating. You want that to be applied, and the top 2 teams in your proficiency rating to play a national championship game. That's pretty much, I wrapped it up in one sentence, correct?
That's not what I said, though. So it's like
I know you went through every year running through what would have happened or what your proficiency rating would have been.
Well, I think I told you that in 2014 it would have been Oregon and Alabama. So no, it's not as simple as just putting the top 2 teams together. I mean, if you want to do it that way, I guess you could. And like I think I told you in 2014 that Florida State would have been 5th, which if you base it completely and entirely just solely upon the rating, then they wouldn't have been admitted to a 14 playoff. And that's not because of me. I mean, the rating isn't my idea, to be honest with you. It's the Football Power Index. I think I've told you that before too. But yeah, I've done a lot of work on this, Mark. I kind of get a little bit upset because it's like I'm just like a fly-by-night guy that really didn't, I guess I'm talking out of my behind or whatever because I don't know what I'm talking about. It isn't just any proficiency rating. It's kind of like looking in the mirror. It shows you what you're looking at. And it doesn't always work. I'm not going to say it always works. In 2013, for example, I think even after losing, I think Alabama was still.
Chris, we're just losing too many people here. We're going off the rails here. You're taking us through every year in the history.
I think I have a good idea. I think I have a good idea, though.
I didn't say you. No, you're misinterpreting me. I'm not saying you don't have a good idea. I just believe I have a grasp on what you're presenting. I wrap it up in one sentence. I don't.
Yeah, but you didn't say it right, though.
I don't agree with it. But
okay.
I believe you certainly have given it a lot of thought and expertise, and I think it has merit. It has value. I don't think it's the way to go. But anyway, we got some other callers. We got
even if it gets it right every year, it gets it right every year, but there's no ballot to it. Okay, gets it right every single year. There's no ballot to it.
How can you possibly back that statement up? That
I can
get it right every year
because it does. It does. That's why every year on record from 73 to whatever to 2022, it got it right every year. Every year.
I don't have time to completely debunk your system because it would take me about 3 or 4 minutes. But we're going to move on.
Because it does work, and I can prove it works.
I already have debunked your system. Every time you call, I give you 18 different example of why your system doesn't work.
You were wrong about 1998, by the way, when you told me that Florida State didn't deserve to play Tennessee. When you told me Florida State didn't deserve to play Tennessee, that was a lie.
I never see. You don't even get right what I say. I never say in 1998 Florida State and Tennessee should not have played. I simply state that there were 5 other teams that had a similar resume to Florida State that could have been selected, and that's why we need a playoff.
No, and then I proved to you that was wrong and that they actually did the right thing.
Anything. You've never proven anything. You cannot prove anything on mythical games that were never played.
What was Florida's record in 1998?
Florida or Florida State?
No. Florida. They were 10-2, and who did they lose to? I mean, this is as simple an argument as I can make. 10-2, and who did they lose to?
You're not even including the 6 teams that had a resume worthy of the national champion. You're going to 10-2 teams. Okay, Chris, we can't go on with this nonsense tonight. We've got too many people that want to talk about USC, UCLA, and the landscape of college football.
It was Florida State and Tennessee is who Florida lost to in 1998.
Beautiful. We've covered this ground like 48 times.
And that's why.
All right. That's one of our more civil exchanges. All right.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. You gave me time to go get a drink, and
gave you time.
Hey, it's your show, Mark. This is your show. I don't usually get to sit back and just listen. And I know a lot of people on the chat are getting frustrated, but I enjoy just listening, even though maybe, you got things that don't always make sense, but I enjoy listening.
It turns out to be the same conversation in just a slightly different version every time.
I'll give Chris this, though. He is one of your loyal listeners, correct?
Absolutely. And I appreciate it. And the last call, we did have a nice call the other night, and I gave him a lot of credit and recognition in his research and so forth, but we could go year by year, and I can debunk his ratings nearly every year. No, let me correct that. Every year. Okay, let's go to Sean here at the Voice of College Football. Appreciate you being here, Sean.
Hey, Mark. This is Sean from Centerville. Just giving you a call. I have a quick story for your Iowa guy here. In 2017, me and my dad are trying to go to like all the Big Ten teams, and in 2017 I got tickets to go to Iowa City, 3 rows behind Ohio State, or 2 rows behind Ohio State's bench. Oh my gosh, we walked out at the end of the third quarter with our tails between our legs, kind of like the walk of shame, so to speak. And Oh my gosh, we were planning on getting a hotel, but we just decided to go straight back to Dayton, Ohio. So,
What'd you think of the environment, Sean?
Oh, I loved it. It was awesome. The people we sat next to, it was super sultry because we were right behind the Buckeye bench, and it was fun. It was fun. It really was. I enjoyed it, and I'll be honest, we going to the arena where they have basketball, and then also attached to that is I can't remember. You guys got a legendary wrestling coach, but is his last name Fry?
Dan Gable.
Gable. That's right. Yeah, that whole area was really cool, and yeah, it was. I thought it was a great campus. It was really cool how it's kind of split into two little sections. You kind of have like the old section, and then you got where the stadium's at and where all the sports facilities are. So that was really cool. But yeah, so it's a good little story for you. But one thing nobody's brought up with these universities, and they're so worried about global warming and climate change. Now they're going to have to be going around the country in jets and no talk about that. But I was thinking real quick about Notre Dame. If one thing that could be true for them, if they decided to go to the Big Ten, which I think it makes all the sense at this point, they would actually probably be doing less travel. They could go to their basketball team alone could just drive to like 5 or 6 Big Ten locations, within a 2 to 3 hour radius of their stadium and their campus there. They would hardly ever have to get off a bus. And right now, the way they're lined up, they're going to the East Coast like every other game. They're going down to Florida. They're going not across country for basketball necessarily, but all their Olympic sports, they would be a lot closer in proximity, and they would probably save a lot of money on travel. So I think that's an interesting thought that I haven't heard anybody say. But I also really think that they should join. I think at this point, getting them in is key. And then one question or thought that I have about Arizona. I know nobody seems to like Arizona State or having Arizona in. I'm not sure which one's better, probably Arizona State. But that state is getting so rich in recruiting. If you look at like the quarterbacks that they're producing, Raiola's one. They just had they have the top running back, Bijan Robinson, was from there. They just have so many great players that are coming out of Arizona. So, man, it's one of those markets. You get the Phoenix market, and you're getting all this recruiting. And Ohio State's been killing it there. I think that's just a really growing college football hotbed, and I would hate for them to go to the SEC because, man, that I could see them taking advantage of that, especially Texas and some of those more Western schools in the SEC. And then as far as Washington, yeah, I mean Seattle is kind of a meh. I don't really think it's maybe it's a decent sized TV market, but I don't know. I wonder how big college football is there compared to like the Midwest and Ohio versus a Northeast school. Yeah, like
it's
New
nothing
York.
like that. It's nothing like. I mean, I'm not. Well, no, Mark, you know the Ohio market much better than I do, but NFL rules. The NFL rules Seattle.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of feel like in Ohio, it's basically the Buckeyes, then the Browns, and then the Bengals. Well, it might even be the Pittsburgh Steelers before the Bengals, but it's definitely a Buckeye state. But and I would say that's probably true for several Big Ten states. Maybe Michigan, I would say probably Michigan rules versus the Lions. So, it's very interesting. Oregon doesn't have much recruiting, and I know they got a lot of money. They're a rising brand, but they're just in the area that's kind of a cold area for recruiting. So to me, those two schools, I wouldn't care as much if they don't make it. So that's just my 2 cents. Mark, let me know what your thoughts are here.
So you don't care if what two schools don't make it?
Oh, I don't really care that much if Washington or Oregon were to make it. I just don't think the areas are that great for recruiting. So
True.
I'm kind of more of, let's get in the hotbeds where there's recruiting action. I would be more inclined to go after like a North Carolina, try to get into that area, because I think that's a rising recruiting area. I think Arizona is a rising recruiting area. And then maybe, I don't know, Georgia Tech always plays second fiddle, so by a huge margin. So I'm not even sure if they would be worth taking. But that would I just think, I just kind of feel like Oregon has a lot of money right now. But you know, I just don't know how much of a recruiting help that would help us. And then one other quick thing, you had a person call in a little earlier tonight, and they said that, you know, the SEC is just so much stronger. It was a Notre Dame fan. And you know, maybe that's true now, but Saban's not going to be there in 5 years. And I just don't think Alabama is going to, you know, Alabama is one of those schools I kind of feel like is a school that needs, you know, they're kind of a two coach school, kind of like, I feel like Penn State's a one coach school, or Florida State is basically like a 1.5 coach school. Like they go through a really, really great coach, but then it takes them a long time to find the next guy. So I just kind of feel like Alabama is just, once Saban leaves, that league is going to be, you know, USC could pop up, but I feel like that league is not going to be much better, if better at all, compared to the Big Ten, if we take into account what's going to happen. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Thanks, Sean.
Good call, by the way, Mark. That was good stuff. Maybe it's because we were, maybe it's because I don't know. Maybe it's because we were coming off the previous call that I know frustrated you. So I don't agree with what he said there at the end. I don't think Saban retiring does it much. I mean, it's certainly going to change the playing field to some degree. I don't think Saban retires. I don't think that means right now the Big Ten, even with USC and UCLA, can we agree they're still not on the level of the SEC, even with USC and UCLA as of 2024, what we believe to be in place?
I don't believe so.
I
But
agree.
I think, excuse me, the Big Ten is a clear number 2.
Yes.
And even more so now, of course. But there's just a few things in place, that one in particular that works to the advantage of the SEC clearly is that a large percentage of the players, the top 300 to 500 players in the nation, are within their footprint. So they don't have to go anywhere for players.
What I would like to know, Mark, is where is New York in all of this? Like, what school from the New York area can emerge? Because, right, I mean, am I missing somebody that's out there right now? Like, that's a market that used to be very I mean, obviously there's still a lot of great recruiting that takes place out there, but I know I was just speaking with Don Patterson earlier today, and that used to be a hotbed for Iowa football recruiting back in the day. And I've just been amazed at the fact that New York football is just kind of like, you know, you got Syracuse, you got, you know, UConn in the area. I mean, those programs are nothing, or Rutgers. I just don't know what that's a market that I think is kind of an oddball. And there's really not a program that has seized it and taken advantage of it.
I think if we looked up the top list of players, high school football players out of the state of New York, that we wouldn't be very impressed compared to a lot of other states. New Jersey has played a high level of high school football for a long time, but I think that all of those states are deteriorating, connected to even Pennsylvania and Ohio, that used to be, you know, Ohio 20 years ago was a fringe top 5 state in the nation in producing high school football talent. And now it's more like 9th, 10th, something like that. And that doesn't sound like a big drop off, but it's almost like the recruiting rankings themselves, the states really start to drop down in numbers of top-notch players that are produced after you get past the first 4, 5, 6.
Can we go back to, and I know we've got 3 callers on hold, but just for a moment, can we go back to a topic that was brought up earlier when we were just letting go of our West Virginia guy? Are you concerned from a Big Ten perspective? You are, I know, by nature an Ohio State guy, but can we address the whole Big Ten waiting on Oregon and Washington, assuming both of these conferences are looking to continue to grow? Do you agree with me that that's a risky play for the Big Ten to leave 2 schools that have openly expressed interest in leaving the Pac-12, that it's a risky play to say, nah, we're going to wait and see? Is that not risky with, I mean, I think the SEC is bloodthirsty in this regard, and I just think that's a very, very, I wouldn't make that, I wouldn't wait if I'm the Big Ten. If I'm looking to expand, I'm going to take those guys now.
Well, it brings a few things to question. Number one, if the Big Ten is pursuing Notre Dame and holding off both Oregon and Washington, do they have another school in mind to bring on board?
Who?
Because if they're putting off both Oregon and Washington and going
who else
after
do they
Notre
have
Dame,
there, Mark? Who else is a viable option? We've named the 3 schools that are viable options: Notre Dame,
I
Oregon,
don't know,
Washington.
but that's why I'm stating that.
I think it's I don't pretend to know what's going on behind the scenes, but it seems to me like a bit of a power play, well, not a power play, but almost like we can afford to do this, so we're going to wait because we're the Big Ten Conference and we showed our pride back in 2020.
Sure. There might be a little arrogance, a little smugness there, because you would think if you're going to play it safe, and there's really no way to get burned here. There's nothing, there's not a detriment or a downside to having Oregon and Washington, even if they aren't your first selections, join the conference.
And since everybody wants to talk about AAU, are they AAU schools? Most of those teams, those programs.
I believe one of them is. I believe Washington is.
So I guess if we're going to prioritize that over everything else, then I can see it. But the SEC ain't prioritizing that.
This is what I would do if I was the Big Ten, and maybe this is too simplistic. I would have accepted Washington and Oregon and still gone after Notre Dame.
Yes.
And if we get all 3, then you're in a quandary of, okay, if we win an even number, okay, we've got a few years to go find somebody else.
Or grab Iowa State. Grab Iowa State. They're an AAU school. They fit in the footprint. You don't need everybody to be. I mean, we brought up Vanderbilt and Mizzou. And I know the Big Ten, you've got Maryland, you've got Rutgers, you've got Illinois. But I'm just saying, you're absolutely right. You take all 3 of those teams and you worry about Team 4 later.
Because to your point, I believe this is your point, if the SEC, they've got time now to approach Washington and Oregon with the opening pitch that you're being. Imagine joining this conference. Let's say Notre Dame turns them down and they do come to you and accept you, but they've already given you the brush off. How are you going to be treated in this conference in which you're 2 new members? You're not of the status of USC and UCLA. You're not being treated to that degree, and you're an outsider already while we are pursuing you and we are rolling out the red carpet.
We have seen the Big Ten's pride. For anybody who wants to act like, the Big Ten, we have seen the Big Ten's pride in 2020, right? With trying to act holier than thou, and the SEC basically said, you know what, y'all don't know what you're doing. We're gonna move the chess piece. We're gonna make a power play here, and we're gonna make you look silly. And that's exactly what they did. The Big Ten looked silly, and they recanted. I fear, even though this looks like a great play, and I agree with you that it is a great play to add UCLA and USC when they did, I fear that the arrogance of the Big Ten Conference, specifically the presidents, the chancellors, I don't know how much Kevin Warren really, people are, you slandered Kevin Warren. Look what he did now. I don't really know how much I think Kevin Warren is a puppet to what the chancellors and the presidents do, frankly. But I do fear that pride and that arrogance that reared its ugly head in 2020 could cause some problems here. Because, like I say, the SEC doesn't care. I don't think the SEC cares about any of it. They don't care about the AAU. I don't think they care about regions. They're looking to take over college football, and I think that would be the logical choice, is to go get those two teams that the Big Ten has on its table.
Do you think that possibly the Big Ten could be favoring one of those two, Oregon, Washington, and then hoping, of course, Notre Dame accepts, and then making its announcement, we've accepted Oregon and not accepted Washington. We've got our two with Oregon and Notre Dame, thinking, but if Notre Dame turns us down, we will accept both of them.
Yeah, and by waiting, you may get none of them. That's the problem.
Yes. So you accept all of or both of them.
Right.
You hope for Notre Dame. At worst, you've got those two. At best, you just have the issue with trying to find somebody else, like an Iowa State.
And by the way, Brett says Iowa State is not AAU. I believe they recently were, if I'm not mistaken, until up until recently. They were. I know they were, because we had this discussion a year ago, Mark, and we talked about how Kansas and Iowa State were logical options for the Big Ten because they were both AAU members. So I think they lost that designation recently. I don't know. But my point is, yeah, you're right. If you add Washington and Iowa State, those don't hurt you as long as you have Oregon and Notre Dame to pair with. So you're getting really greedy if you're looking at it. To me, frankly, if you continue to add powers, you might want to add a couple of an Iowa State and a Kansas for the reason we brought up earlier. You have to have somebody that loses, because if everybody cannibalizes from a competitive standpoint, that's not going to make you look good for a playoff committee.
True. All right. We've got Greg from, I believe, Rhode Island on with us. Greg, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Doing well. Thanks for joining us.
So, obviously the big news, USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten. Now, just last year, we were talking about a 12-team playoff being expanded. Obviously, that didn't happen. Did this decision from UCLA and USC, with the playoff not being expanded, have any decision on them joining the Big Ten? Hello?
One more time on that, Greg.
With the 12-team playoff not getting approved, did USC and UCLA's decision on joining the Big Ten have any implication on the playoff not being expanded to join the Big Ten?
I'm not making the connection there. I think it's simply that the USC and UCLA see what type of conference they're playing in, which is a conference that's completely disregarded by the rest of the nation, that doesn't make much money, that has nearly the lowest television payout, and they acted accordingly.
Yeah. Again, it's all money, but if the playoff did expand, does USC and UCLA stay? Like, do they stay in the Pac-12?
Well, we'll never know, but I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think there's. Frankly, I don't think there. Mark, you know a lot more about this than I do, but I don't think there's any correlation.
Yeah,
I don't see any,
because the TV networks don't change. We're talking about conference TV deals. We're not talking about the playoffs. We're talking about conference TV deals. Those don't. Those are not impacted by. I mean, theoretically, I guess you could say that. Excuse me. Theoretically, I guess you could say that the Pac-12 is more lucrative if you are assured that they're going to be a player in the playoff year in and year out, which would happen conceivably with an expanded playoff. But again, I don't really think that changes the TV markets themselves.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I love college football, man, and I understand why USC and UCLA does this. The only thing I'm worried about is like the small schools not getting their shot, which I'm a fan of, like Cincinnati, UCF, and all of them. I like the small schools. I'm a big fan of them, man. And I would hate to see them not get a fair shot at a championship, because basketball, like a school like Montana, for example, has a shot at winning a chip, even though they're probably going to lose the first game. But
say that again, Montana. What did you say about Montana?
Oh, like Montana has, like, if they got in the NCAA tournament for basketball, they have a shot at winning, even though they're probably going to lose the first game.
Yeah,
so
but
Greg,
I mean, Sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
just curious, what's your rooting interest in this? Who do you root for?
I like the small schools, but I root for some big schools because I love college football. I really don't have a fan. I'm not a fan of any team. I just like college football.
So do you like the way college football is going?
Not really, because
Okay.
I like the Power Five. I mean I'm an NFL fan, but like I like college and how like diverse it is. Like any school could win any week, basically. Like even a small school like North Dakota State could win, like against an FBS team.
But here's the deal: you're right. That's what makes college basketball great. But can we agree that those small schools don't have any chance now? Like, I mean,
Yeah,
for the most
they
part,
have
even
no.
before this conference movement is the Power Five is currently constructed.
Yeah.
How much of a chance does UConn have to make a playoff in a year out basis? How much of a chance does Temple have to make a playoff? Basically
Yeah.
none, right?
Yeah.
We've got the Pac-12. You got the Pac. We've had the Big Ten miss out on the playoff with
Yeah.
an Ohio State team. How many losses did Ohio State have back in 2015? 1.
Yeah.
So I don't really know that it does change it. It does change the landscape, but I mean, let's not act like college football has never been college basketball where everybody's got a chance come postseason play.
Yeah. But yeah, I just hope, that, we still get the same things in college football that we all love. And yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on.
Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, 2 Ohio State one-loss teams missed the playoffs, and another Big Ten championship Ohio State team with 2 losses missed. Well, we're going to adhere to the rule that we don't allow anyone on more than once unless we can break the rule since nobody else is waiting in line, even though we've had a number of people ask in the chat for the link to join the show, and I've dropped it in there several times. So, Will, what else do you have for us?
I want to be more serious this time. I was kind of joking and I wanted to get a reaction out of the chat. But I generally don't.
You were using us.
Now, was he? I thought you were having fun too, Mark. But okay. Generally, I just.
I'm sorry. I just got here. Go ahead.
Generally, I know everyone wants Notre Dame to join the Big Ten, but I just don't think that they're going to do it unless the Super Conferences thing actually happens. Just because I feel like Notre Dame, they want to keep like a national schedule. Like they want to play Texas A&M, for example, they're going to be playing in the future, and Alabama, they're going to be playing in the future. But they also want to keep the rivalries with USC and Stanford. Which I guess, to be fair, they could, if Stanford does join the Big Ten, maybe they'll push them to join. But I just feel like I feel like the board is like, and Jack Swarbrick might be thinking this too, but I feel like they really just don't want to join a conference unless if they have to join a conference. And they're willing to not take the money because I really don't feel like the money will affect the board and Jack Swarbrick's decision to join. I just think that looking at where they are right now, if they have an undefeated season and they beat like teams like Ohio State and Clemson and Alabama and Texas A&M in the future, that they're going to be in the playoffs. So like, why should we join a conference if we can still make the playoff?
To be clear, in none of this have I ever faulted Notre Dame. I have always said Notre Dame can try whatever they want. They are being allowed to do this. So I've never faulted Notre Dame. But Will, do you understand the annoyance of other fan bases about Notre Dame not belonging to a conference?
I understand, but like you can't fault if Notre Dame plays a strong schedule and they win their games, they should be in the playoff. Like even if these people don't like Notre Dame, they're like they gotta respect. Okay, they beat a good
Sure.
team.
I've always respected Notre Dame's approach to scheduling. I think it's phenomenal. Now, I do think that since Notre Dame has joined by agreement the ACC, that is compromised its schedule. They don't play as tough a schedule as they used to because they're playing Georgia Tech, Duke, Syracuse, BC. Well, they used to play BC,
Yeah.
but all these other ACC, these weak ACC teams. So I think that's compromised to Notre Dame's schedule. But the College Football Playoff Selection Committee has the role of making a different evaluation with Notre Dame than they do everybody else. Perfect example. I'm sitting on my account. I had defended Notre Dame to the hilt to say, they schedule this national schedule. They've got a tougher schedule than just, 90% of the country typically. But when I was sitting on my couch watching the Big 12 and the Big 10 championship games the day of 2018, I was thinking Notre Dame's playing Clemson. As it turned out, they played Clemson in the first round of the playoffs. And I thought the committee had to make a decision between 13-1 Ohio State and 13-1 Oklahoma, and they had to leave one of them out, and they both won the conference championship. This Clemson-Notre Dame game should have been the ACC championship game that would have allowed for the winner of that game and Oklahoma and Ohio State as both one-loss conference champions to be in the playoff. And I didn't realize how prophetic or ironic it was that 2 years later, we're watching Notre Dame and Clemson play in the ACC championship game. And I'm like, this could have been going on 2 years ago.
I understand. But do you think that it's a good idea for Notre Dame to bet on themselves, with these recruiting classes, with Marcus Freeman, they already stacked a good one in 2023, and if they stack another one in 2024, do you think that if they do end up winning the championship, do you think that this even if they have the two super conferences, do you think that Notre Dame will still be in a good spot, or do you think they'll pay Notre Dame what they want, or do you think they'll try to stiff Notre Dame for doing exactly what you're saying before, not playing in a conference championship?
Will the committee?
I mean, not the committee, but the commissioners of the conferences. Sorry, I missed.
Oh, I don't think they're going to make any kind of power play like I'm suggesting they do. I really don't see it. That takes a lot of fortitude, a lot of cooperation to do that amongst a lot of teams and a lot of conferences, and especially since the conference or the teams schedule themselves. If the teams didn't schedule themselves, then the Big Ten could come down and make a ultimatum to everyone because they're building the schedule. We're not scheduling Notre Dame. But to get all those teams to cooperate, that's not going to happen.
Okay. And do you think if you were Notre Dame, would you join the conference right now? Would you do it if you were Notre Dame?
Now, I have to admit, even though I produced a video yesterday and released it to say Notre Dame join a conference, do it now. I'm taking that approach as a college football guy, not a Notre Dame fan. If I was a Notre Dame fan, I would probably take some level of pride / arrogance in we're the only independent. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. We're not going to give it up. Nobody's forcing us to. Therefore, we're going to hang on to that. I get it.
Yeah.
All right, Will. We're going to move on to let's take these 3 final calls that are on the line right now, and then we'll wrap it up for tonight.
All right. I hope George is one of them. I really want to see George, but I don't know.
Okay. Well, we'll leave that as a guessing game for everyone.
Okay, it'll be a guessing game.
Thanks, Will. All right. Next up, we've got John. John, please let us know in the chat who you root for, or at least where you're calling from, and we will take these final 3 or 4 calls. John, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
Doing just fine.
Awesome. So basically, let's see. I just put it in
so
there.
Where are you calling from? Who do you root for?
So I'm calling from Boise. I'm a Bronco fan, and I mean, obviously, whenever this happens, obviously Boise, they get all excited about potentially getting in a power conference, but I mean, we've seen this before, back when the Big East was kind of going under, and they called for UCF, and they called for kind of those small schools to kind of reorganize and try and keep their AQ status. And then after a while they went under, and then we got into the Mountain West, and then everyone that was decent left the Mountain West. And so I imagine what's going to happen is we're probably going to end up in maybe like a watered down Pac-12 conference, I imagine. I mean, if I had to guess on what's going to happen, you're going to have the Arizona schools, you're going to have Utah, and you're going to have Colorado join the Big 12. And then you're going to have, I would imagine, UC Berkeley and Stanford probably go independent because, I mean, come on, they're not going to be in a conference with with Boise State and with some of those Mountain West schools. I think they'd rather go independent. And then I do think eventually you're going to have Oregon and Washington get invited to the Big 10. And so I don't know, maybe you get into like a conference with, I don't know, Oregon State and Washington State, and I don't know, that's basically just like a watered down Pac-12. So, I mean, like I say, there's a lot of, I guess you'd say like curious and excited people here in Boise, but I don't think it's going to really turn out in the Broncos' favor at all. So
Corey, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. So you're thinking more, John from Boise. You're thinking more with the extra movement that Boise can make a push for the Pac-12. Did I catch that correct?
I mean, sorta. I mean, Pac-12 is going to have to be pretty desperate in order to take them because, I mean, they have those AAU standards and academic standards. But like I said, if the Broncos get into the Pac-12, it's going to be a watered down version, and it's probably only going to consist of like an Oregon State and a Washington State because, like I said, I think that those Southern schools are probably going to jump ship and go to the Big 12. Maybe Utah tries to group back up with BYU, and I just, for right now, I think the Big 12 is, I mean, their commissioner is just, it seems like I guess he just barely started, but overall the Big 12 just seems like they actually like to adapt and overcome, and the Pac-12 is just, I mean, they're just super passive, and so I think that a lot of the really solid Pac-12 teams are probably going to jump ship. So that's why I say, like, if the Broncos were to get into the Pac-12, it would just be a completely watered down conference. I don't really honestly see how the Pac-12 survives at this point. So
not as it currently stands. I think we all just need to grow accustomed to viewing the conferences, what we call the Power Five. I mean, it's just we have to stop thinking that, oh, you're a member of the ACC now, that means you're a Power Five school. I don't think that's the future. And I think too, a lot of people who are frustrated with these moves because of regions and because of how are these schools going to travel? I don't think the people who are saying that really care about the AAU thing. I don't think they really care about those issues. And I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think a lot of people are just scared of change, Mark. And I think, yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe Boise does end up in the Pac-12, but you're right. It's not going to be the same Pac-12 that we're accustomed to. It's not going to be the same. I mean, it's not going to be the same Pac-12 that we've been accustomed to for the last 3 years. It hasn't been very good. Mark, you've been very clear on that. The Pac-12 has been, we agree, by far the worst of the Power 5 conferences collectively in recent time. And so we're talking about a huge step. We're talking about maybe the two best brands in that conference now gone. And who knows what's going to happen with Oregon and Washington. So, I think everybody's just going to have to get used to viewing these conferences differently. And what was the Pac-12, it may end up being the Pac-12 someday. But what's going to be the difference between the Pac-12 and the American and the Sun Belt and all those conferences? I just don't know.
So it's going to be interesting because if a number of those programs get picked off by the Big 12, as you alluded to, John, then you only have a collection of 2 to 4 schools left in the Pac-12. So what is left to salvage there? Well, then it becomes almost an inverse of what you're talking about. And instead of the Pac-12 sucking up Boise State and whomever else, it's those programs assimilating into the Mountain West Conference, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, basically that's what you can call it. Or, I mean, I don't know. Is there even any is there any even is it even worth trying to salvage the name Pac-12? Because I mean, the name Pac-12 has a, I mean, it's a stronger name than the Mountain West, So, but that's why I say, like, if the Broncos ever did make it to any sort of Pac-12, it would be a watered down conference for sure. So I don't really see how the Pac-12 as we know it is going to survive, this. I think maybe they try, and who knows, they maybe even try and do like a merger with the Big 12. I just think it's funny that the the Big 12 was kind of going through this last summer, and the Pac-12 was kind of snooty and snobby as they always are. Like, yeah, no, we're not gonna take any of those schools, but now they would probably take any of them now. So it's pretty funny how that works. But yeah, I don't know. I just think it's just kind of it's an interesting situation. But yeah, I guess those are kind of my thoughts. I didn't necessarily have any questions, but that's just kind of my analysis, I guess you'd say.
Appreciate the call,
thanks
John.
for being here, John. All right.
Sorry to John there. We cut him off, but we did not mean to do that. But thank you for the call, John. We do appreciate that.
I've been doing that all weekend with not on here, but with all sorts of people. You get to the end of a phone call and you're like, okay, yeah, have a good one. And then, people just tend to at times just continue the phone call with like a number of, and I thought the phone call was over.
Right. No, that was a good call from John. Good stuff. And good to hear from a Boise State fan. Let me just say this. One team who I think we may be overlooking from a competitive standpoint, I have no idea they're I have no idea what they bring as far as AAU status. I'm sure that market is not real substantial, but let's talk about Utah. Now, I know who knows how long Kyle Whittingham has, but that team is, I believe, 24-9 over the past 3 years. And I believe 33-14 over the last 4.
Sounds right.
So from a competitive standpoint, I know it's the Pac-12 is not, we're not playing on equal playing field, so to speak, between the 5 conferences. But that's and Brett says in the chat that Utah is an AAU. I don't know. They're a bit of an intriguing play in all this, right, Mark? Markets aside, I know you can't throw that away because that's a big part of this.
For whom? I've said the Big 12. I've said if I'm the Big 12, then I'm going to bulk up as much as I can with what I consider to be a pretty clear hierarchy of what's left of the Pac-12. And not thinking that Stanford's going to join the Big 12, but again, Oregon, Washington, if they are rebuffed by the Big 10, but Utah and Colorado, Utah's one of the better programs in the conference. They've been to the conference championship game, 2018, 19, 21. And Colorado was just in the Big 12 10 years ago.
No, what I was going to say, Mark, is okay. You land, if you're the Big 10 conference, you land Oregon, Washington, and Notre Dame, and you need a 20th school. Why not Utah? I mean, if there's probably not name a better option out there besides Clemson and some of these schools down in Florida. What's a better option at that point if you need to fill a 20th team and you're the Big 10 conference and they fit the footprint of being an AAU school and you're already building the recruiting pipeline out west and the TV market in that direction? I mean, what's the downside of adding a Utah? I think that's an intriguing play. No?
I've been focused on H&R Pickin' Stuff's comment about your voice being extremely clear.
Was he talking about me or is he talking about you?
Talking about you. He's got to be talking about you.
Well,
I don't have a great voice.
Oh, I believe it was my wife that actually made a comment and said, you have a really good radio voice, Mark. So don't sell yourself short. Don't sell yourself short.
I'm just a guy on here. I'm not a radio professional like you.
HR Pickin' Stuff. Appreciate that. But no, maybe I'll get ripped for that too. But I don't know. I mean, Utah has shown a degree. They've certainly shown more stability from a competitive standpoint in football than any of the Arizona schools in recent years. A lot more stable than Colorado. Yeah, I mean, they've been more stable than USC. Now I know that USC has taken the potential in the market and Lincoln Riley, and I get that. But I don't know. Utah is
Salt
an
Lake
intriguing
City
play.
is a pretty large market too.
Say
It's
it
like
again.
a top Salt Lake City
Yeah.
is a pretty large market, like a top 25 to 30 market, I believe.
So they may be a school that, because that's what I've been pondering over the past 36 hours or so is like, who else, what other schools out there can move and can help to move the needle besides the three we keep talking about, Notre Dame, Washington, and Oregon.
Well, if you're ignoring the ACC and not including them, I think in order.
Okay, who in the ACC it would be a better ad than Utah besides Clemson, Florida State, and Miami? Who I guess those schools. Do you see a scenario in which the Big Ten could add one of those three schools? Because I don't.
I don't think so, but shoot, in this day and age, anything's possible. But I don't think so. I believe that North Carolina is a really good ad for the Big Ten.
I've heard the same thing. I've also heard, do you add North Carolina without Duke? Because I know football rules, but do you really think that those schools leave the other behind? I just don't. I don't know. I've heard the same thing, and so yeah, the North Carolina might be the most intriguing, other than the three down in Clemson and then the two Florida schools.
And based on the most recent additions or proposed additions, it seems as though the Big Ten is going to be reaching out across the country to non-contiguous states, that they're going to want to bring in a pairing that kind of go together. Washington, Oregon, USC, UCLA. Is that North Carolina, Virginia? Is that North Carolina, NC State? Is that North Carolina, Duke?
But I'm just saying, if you add three, you need a fourth. You can only take one.
Yeah, if you add the three that are proposed.
So let me ask you this.
Yes.
Would you rather have Pitt? Would you rather have Utah? Or would you rather have Georgia Tech? If you had to take one school in the Big Ten Conference to fill out your conference, assuming you already have all these other powers, so you don't need to sweat over this decision. That's probably not the most important decision you make. But of those three schools, which school would you rather have?
Well, obviously, if I'm in the position to make that decision, then we're looking at days and days and weeks of research to figure it out. But off the top of my head, I'm going to probably fool 90-some% of the audience.
Georgia Tech.
Yep. Market recruiting.
Yeah.
Huge. Atlanta. And now instead of Georgia Tech playing Duke all the time and NC State and Virginia Tech and Wake Forest, they're playing Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State, Iowa, Wisconsin.
That's a tough one.
And the state of Georgia, I just saw this the other day. The state of Georgia is going to have a larger population than the state of New York in the next 8 to 10 years. It's exploding. Atlanta's exploding. Best per capita NFL players are produced in Atlanta and Houston. Big Ten, boom, go to Georgia.
Yeah, I asked that question, and as I was asking the question, I think this is probably not I'm actually proving of the point, not the point I was trying to prove, and that is for Utah. I will say in that scenario, Pitt is probably the biggest fraud, because what does adding Pitt do to the Big Ten? It doesn't do anything for market. Pitt is not, we're fresh off the Kenny Pickett era, but that has not been a program that has had much success over the past decade. So that I would not take Pitt if I'm the Big Ten in any capacity. And I feel the same about almost every other ACC school we have not mentioned. Louisville, I'd take Louisville, but before I'd take Pitt or Syracuse. But I don't think I'm going to take any of them.
Pitt's been the most consistent 7-5 team in the last 35 years of anybody in the country up until last year, and you're just overlapping Penn State recruiting ground.
Right.
You don't need them. They play in an NFL stadium. They don't even care enough to build it.
Georgia Tech. I mean, when I said that, I know I'm not the person who come up with this. People have been talking about Georgia Tech over the past 24 hours, but Georgia Tech and Utah, those might be the dark horses for me for both the SEC and the Big Ten. I don't know. And honestly, any conference, those might be the two hottest commodities if the other three get gobbled up.
Yeah,
the other three plus I guess I'm just assuming that at some point the SEC is going to make a push for Clemson, Florida State, and Miami. Am I jumping the gun on that, Mark?
No.
So I'm assuming those schools are off the board. because I think the SEC will want them, but I don't know about the other three or the other two, Georgia Tech and Utah.
I'm making the same point for Georgia Tech in a certain sense that I was a year ago when all sorts of crazy ideas were being thrown out. And I stated, if I'm the Big Ten, I think about going after UCF. But that's gone.
Well, I'd much rather have Georgia Tech at this point, right? I mean,
than UCF?
Am I wrong?
I guess. UCF's a larger school in Orlando, Disney, NIL in the middle of Florida.
From a competitive standpoint, UCF has been. I mean, to me, it's harder to measure because you've got Georgia. You can measure Georgia Tech.
Sure,
it's really hard to measure UCF, and that's why when we had our friend Levi on, the Iowa State guy, on the Iowa show months ago, and he was arguing for Georgia Tech or for UCF, I just said, how do we know? Like you're weighing records against inferior competition.
Sure.
So, but you're right. From a I don't know if the Big Ten is interested in grabbing markets in that direction, then I'd go after Florida State. Frankly,
Brandon, you may want to check out 2017 through 21 UCF's record against the Power Five. It's much better than you probably think it is.
Better than right.
Better than Georgia Tech's,
and better than almost all of the Pac-12.
Yeah. All right, we'll take these three. We got Jake on the line. Jake, how are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Thanks for waiting.
I'm an Oklahoma State fan. Just get that out of the way off the top. There's a lot to say about realignment that would be fun, but one thing that I guess I would like to talk about is sort of just this scenario that I think could play out. A lot of people are talking about how the regionality of college football is being lost. And especially as an Oklahoma State fan, I think that makes a lot of sense because, I mean, OU going to the SEC, obviously, you were talking a little bit about how North Carolina and Duke being separated. I mean, I think that's going to have a large impact on Oklahoma State for a long time. But in this scenario that a lot of people bring up about two huge power conferences, through the nature of football itself, you can't just have an infinitely long season. So if the conferences get so big, you're going to have to split the conferences into sub-conferences, which I think kind of brings the regionality of things back into play. I mean, it's in some, giant SEC scenario. I mean, I'm not saying that Oklahoma State has a chance to get into the SEC right now, but just as in a hypothetical, a conference that of like Arkansas, Mizzou, K-State, Texas Tech, Oklahoma State, OU, as part of like a division of the ACC, and then the Big Ten having, or whatever you call these conferences in the future. But I think that, we could almost be realigning regionality long term. And I was wondering if you guys had thought about that at all.
I actually have thought of that because the more this gets shuffled around, I've thought, well, if the nation does get divided between the Big Ten and the SEC or whatever they would call themselves, and I would think that those two major brands would say, we're hanging on to these names. We don't care what teams we have where, we're hanging on to these brands. But if it is a 24-team SEC and a 24-team Big Ten, you obviously cannot elect, or you cannot it's late, you cannot determine your champion based in the same way that because not enough teams will be able to play each other. So you have to have some kind of formatted system, just be like the NFL, to say we've got divisions and you got to win your division or be some kind of major wild card player based on record to get into our little playoff format of 4, whatever it is, to then go play our Big Ten champion of 24 or 32 teams to play the SEC champion. And if you're going to do that, well, how are you going to divide your divisions? Well, you would do it geographically, most likely. That only makes sense. And then you form back and bring together again some kind of geographic sense to the sport. That's come to mind. Yeah.
I mean, and I think there's obviously huge growing pains happening right now. But I, have some hope that, some sort of the uniqueness of college football and its regionality could come into play again in the future this way. And that's basically the scenario that I wanted to lay out for you guys. And I appreciate you guys having me on.
Thanks, Jake.
Well, all right. I guess I was clicking off Jake, and we brought in J-Dub automatically. J-Dub, how you doing?
Hey, just fine. Just to let you know, I'm an Alabama grad, so roll Tide, but I don't want to talk anything about the Crimson Tide. I'd like to talk about a potential Big Ten merger that has nothing to do with Oregon and Washington, who I think the Big Ten should rightly hold off. I think the Big Ten, the chancellors and the presidents here have quite a bit of sway in this conference, more so than they do in the SEC, which is much more driven by their ADs. But the chancellors and the presidents could sit there and look and go, you know what, the SEC is probably at some point going to try to grab Florida State, Miami, and Clemson. If everybody's going to put their knives into the body of the ACC, let's sweeten the deal for Notre Dame and say, we want Duke, North Carolina, and Virginia, and go grab the three big academic war horses out of the ACC, pull them into the Big Ten, and then tell Notre Dame, you come in as number 20, and if you don't, we'll go get Iowa State. What do you think of that as a potential move to force Notre Dame's hand?
I'll let you take that one, Mark.
Well, I think if we're talking about football, it certainly doesn't come close to what the SEC would have just acquired. So the SEC sits at 16, and you just stated Clemson, Florida State, and Miami. And so who else would be added to that? I can't imagine they're going to stay at 19.
No, I would think in that instance, I think they would also extend the invitation to Georgia Tech.
Okay. Versus,
yeah, I mean, I realize that the four we just mentioned for the SEC dwarf the other ones going toward the Big Ten from a football standpoint. I'm just talking about how the chancellors and the presidents might be seeing this as because let's talk about Illinois, talk about Northwestern, talk about Michigan, the money, Iowa, the money those schools bring in from research and from their academics dwarfs the money their football brings in. I guarantee you there's a lot more money flowing into the coffers in Champaign-Urbana through their connections with the computer science industry and engineering firms and all sorts of other sorts of research than is coming in from even a really, really sweet Big Ten football contract.
And I don't pretend to be an expert or even knowledgeable about what you're stating right now, but I do know that that's a factor, and these endowment figures are, to your point, are just ridiculous. Yes, they dwarf football budgets and football revenue. And I know that there is some interconnectedness between, let's say, Big Ten schools, ACC schools, and how these endowments work together and how the schools work together and their research and they pull resources together to form to find commonalities, to find ways to become more economic and pool their resources together. So I know that that's a factor in all this.
Well, can I just throw one thing out? this might be an oddball take, but it's my honest opinion on Notre Dame. I went to an all-boys Catholic school in Springfield, Illinois, growing up, and Notre Dame was everything to us as we were growing up. They were the paragon. They were who everybody rooted for. That was the school to emulate. Notre Dame's alumni base is worldwide. Their endowment is large. Yes, only a fool would look at $80 million and say, well, I've got 25 and now I got a chance to get 80. No, I'm going to just stay with the 25. I'm not saying Notre Dame's fools, but I'm saying that Notre Dame just maybe, just maybe, might not be as motivated for that huge money pile. They may be comfortable where they're at. Remember, this is a school that played in the 1925 Rose Bowl, then decided that these postseason bowl games were just exhibitions and damaged the academic standings of their students and didn't appear in a bowl for another 40-some years. This is a school that didn't have female students in their student body until 1972, when they let St. Mary's students come across South Bend and go to school there. So Notre Dame is living in its own little world, and they're happy to be in it, and they don't really care if you don't like it. And so Notre Dame may just tell the Big Ten, they may remember the way they were treated by Michigan and some of the other schools. And Notre Dame may just be playing all of us and just say, I don't care what the money is. We're staying out of it. We're staying independent, come what may. And if that means we don't win a football national championship, we're good with that. We're Notre Dame.
Based on the decisions they've made in recent years, there's maybe more credence to that statement than we know.
Mark, and for your Hawkeye guest, who's been fantastic tonight, thanks for having me on. And hey, everybody, Mark has been doing this all day long. I don't know how. I'm so impressed with his stamina. Hit the thumbs up. Even if you don't have $1 to spend, hit the thumbs up. Share this. Remember the Amazon link. Help the man out. He's been giving us great entertainment, great education all during the day. Let's reward the hosts. Thanks, gang.
Appreciate that, J-Dub. Thank you so much for your support. And I think people can tell when I'm pretty much toast. So that's where we've been for quite a long time here. But we do have one more caller on the line, Mike. So we'll honor that call. First, we got a super chat. Thank you so much for this, Christopher. As a Notre Dame grad, 2005, I would say independent cause we would make more money being paid to be invited to schools fundraising. Our alum is worldwide. We don't need the money, but if forced, I would choose the ACC over the Big Ten. And I believe there was another contribution.
Two more super chats.
I will find them. There we go. Thank you, sir. I say Notre Dame, Clemson, Florida State, Miami bring in West Virginia, Penn State, and others like give Oregon, Washington to give them a new home, the new ACC. I think I've made my way through that. You want Notre Dame, Clemson, Florida State, Miami to stay in the ACC. Bring in West Virginia and Penn State into the ACC. Penn State's not going to make that move, if I'm reading that correctly.
There's a part 2 to that, Mark. Here's the part 2.
Okay. Notre Dame, stay independent until forced, in my eyes. Then bidding war starts for Notre Dame when we have no bye weeks or shut out altogether because of the brand. Okay. Thank you for that, Christopher. We appreciate that so much. Mike, thanks for joining the show. Let's finish strong here, Mike. How are you? Hello, Mike.
Can you hear us, Mike?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear Mark?
Hello, Mike. Yeah. Okay.
All right, cool.
How are you?
I'm doing well. So you've been working all day. I'll honestly keep this very short. And
well,
honestly,
we appreciate, first of all, your contribution. Thank you so much for contributing and for being here as well.
Yeah, for sure. But I kind of appreciate the last word because I have a very, I would say, broad or macro take. And it's an old saying, and it's like there are weeks where decades happened, and then there are decades where nothing happens. And I think in college football, we're in one of those moments where decades are happening. And I love it. And I'm biased as an ACC guy. I don't want to see my conference disappear. But I also think everyone is like, this war attrition is a coming. And it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's the SEC made some moves. The Big Ten countered. And now we have a 5 to 10 year chess game. So that was all really my point is I love the speculation, but I think some of us are getting a little crazy. And that's really the only point I wanted to make.
Mike,
so I appreciate it.
Let me just say this before you hop off, Mike, and I just want to give this to you from a Big Ten fan's perspective, because I know again you have a perspective as an ACC fan, and I wish the best for who do you root for first of all?
Wake Forest.
Okay, so and I wish the best for Wake Forest. But I'll say this: as much as I don't like the traditional conference alignment and how things have been kind of the Power Five set up for however many years now, I think we all have grown accustomed to. And as I mentioned earlier, we're all scared of change. Part of me, though, really is intrigued by the idea of USC coming to Iowa City in November. I mean, we haven't even talked about like the actual substance of football. We really have not talked about, and we'll have time to discuss that moving forward. And I hope that Wake Forest and these ACC, I hope that they're able to figure out a way to still be competitive and be what Iowa is going to be in the Big Ten, be what Northwestern is going to be in the Big Ten, and Illinois is going to be in the Big Ten, because those schools, although they're research schools and they've got that AAU accreditation, they are not competitive. They're basically the equivalent of what Wake Forest has been. Wake Forest has been more competitive in recent time than Illinois has. So,
I mean, Wake Forest has been like highly competitive in the last 5 years, but like that's not really the point.
Well,
but,
yeah, my point is, I from a football standpoint,
it doesn't have to be Wake Forest. It can be Boston College. It can be Syracuse. It can be Louisville. You know,
I think from a football perspective, it's extremely intriguing. We just don't like change. To have schools, you got a California school playing a team in New Jersey. I think it's great for the sport in some respects. But I'm with you. I appreciate your level head, because if I was an ACC fan, I'd be very, very frustrated and nervous about the future for my school. But I do think that it's more of just a fear of change rather than of fear of the product. I think the product is going to be top notch.
Sure, but I would also just counter by saying I'm not necessarily like scared of change. My point was broader, in my opinion. I was making the point that this conference realignment thing, I don't think it's going to be just like ABC. Like it's all going to happen. Like these are deals that are 5 to 7 years. If you look at the contracts, these are deals that are 5, 7, sometimes even 9 years in the making. So I agree. The SEC made some moves. The Big Ten countered, and I would say countered strongly. But I don't think this means like, oh, it's just an inevitable war of attrition that will be solved by 2024. Like that's more my point is like, I think this is going to be a long haul. So we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. Mark, you have anything to add on that?
Well, I will ask this, Mike. You don't mind the change. You think it's fascinating watching the dominoes fall, but you're a Wake Forest fan. Do you fear for the status of your football program?
Oh, absolutely. And that's why it's weird, because I would like the ACC to say a thing. I mean, if we're going to go to 2 super conferences like 32 and 32, obviously we would be in the SEC. Although I shouldn't even say obviously, because with basketball, who knows? But I don't know. I kind of agree with I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but the Iowa guy, where
Corey.
I think there will be that third option. I think 4 of 16 makes a lot more sense, because look at everyone compares to the NFL. The NFL is 32 teams. So you want a league twice the size of the NFL? Like, in my opinion, what effectively will happen is, say there is that 32 and 32. Well, okay, that means like Duke, like Wake Forest, all those schools get taken along. Well, then there'll just be a conference that is just or a subdivision rather, that is just essentially the ACC. So it's kind of like, what are we even doing here? Like, there's probably a simpler way of doing it, but.
Well, the problem in all that is that there's not a governing body over the sport to do what's best for the sport, and so all the conferences just act on their own behalf, and therefore that's why we've got this disjointed grab, land grab, and property grab of various conferences.
For sure. All right, I'll leave you all with this. Mark, I don't even support you being commissioner. I want you to be the dictator of college football.
Well,
Have a good one, buddy.
That, Mike. I don't know that I want that responsibility, but it would be fun to give it a shot.
Mark, last thing I'll say, and I know you're trying to wrap up. Are we headed? You just answer this. You can just answer this yes or no, and this will be a good talking point moving forward. But we haven't really discussed it. Are we headed to a NBA, NHL style of system, only enlarged on a totally different scale, in which you have two conferences, and we basically have a playoff system where the best of the SEC meets the best of the Big Ten in a national title game? And I'm not saying, again, you can't do it. We're talking about a totally different sport, but the NFL pulls it off between the AFC and the NFC. Are we heading towards that big of a shift in college football? Because I haven't really considered that, but could we be headed there?
We could be headed there, based on the moves that have been made 10 and 12 years ago, which maybe not from a brand standpoint were greater, but from a quantity standpoint, at this point, we're still greater than what we've seen in the last 2 years. We're still a long ways away from that, but if some of the proposed moves by the Big Ten are executed, then that's another major step toward that. And again, as I tried to set it up for you in countering one of your points, I can't answer this question as to whether the Big Ten and the SEC will at some point come to a place where they've evaluated the field and determined we are in a comfortable place and there are no other commodities out there, no other programs that bring the type value that we are looking for. Therefore, we are comfortable with the 18 or the 20 or the 24, whatever the number, and the SEC making the same determination. And maybe those two numbers are equal. They each have 24, or maybe one has 20 and one has 24, but they're good. And the Big Ten sees nothing of value out there, for example. And then the other ones have to scurry to group of 5 conferences and figure out what they're going to do.
Or just combine forces and create a new conference.
Yeah, but that's going to be kind of haphazard.
Well,
let's say we're down to maybe the numbers would work out, but you've got Texas Tech down here, and you got Virginia over here, and you got Duke over here, and they're it's a true Conference USA, possibly. It's now if there was a governing body or a commissioner that could look at this and say, yes, let's take these 64, because that's roughly what it is. It's close to that, and divide it and structure it the way it should be in terms of power structure, to make it even and equitable in terms of competition, to make it equitable financially, to make it geographically make sense. But we don't have that. So it's all just grabbed back and forth, and we'll see where it lands.
Well, I'll leave you with this thought, Mark, piggybacking on the idea of 2 mega conferences, a national title between the two. And yes, you're going to be leaving out every group of 5 school plus what we would consider an extra group of 5 conference, if that's the case with ACC, Pac-12, and Big 12 leftovers. You play 10 regular season games, and then the playoffs begin. Okay? The conference playoffs begin. So we're trashing the traditional conference championship games. The conference playoffs begin. The teams that don't make the conference playoffs still compete for the final 2 weeks of the 12-week season, right? Or not 12 weeks, 12-game season. They still compete against one another, like we brought up earlier, happened in 2020, or should have happened for most teams in 2020 in the Big Ten. But you have those final 2 weeks of the regular season that are playoffs, and then you have your conference championship game, which is the equivalent of your Big Ten conference finals, right? That's what we'll call it. We'll call it the Big Ten. And so the winner of that game is not only Big Ten champion, but goes to the national championship against the SEC.
It's the AFC versus the NFC, with the only caveat that you've built in, which I enjoy and like, would be to not burden these athletes with too many games played. That
fixes it.
That component of everybody plays those unscheduled games in place of playing in the playoffs. So you're either playing in the playoffs early, or you're playing just games for us to enjoy.
I mean, to me,
playoffs.
Does that or does that not work? I mean,
it works but the problem is we don't have the governing body or the commissioner to say, this is what we're going to do, and this is all what makes sense, and let's all work together and do it.
Well, why do you need that? If you've got two conferences that have all the power, right, in college football, do you need a commissioner to organize this?
Well, you do and you don't. If you want it to work as we see in professional sports leagues, you would. If we want to see the Big Ten do it their way, maybe the Big Ten ends with 24 teams, and they want to figure it out the way they want to figure it out. And the SEC says, we don't like the way you're doing it. We're going to do it completely different. But they both arrive with a champion. Sure. They're just going to possibly do that however they want to do it.
So I'm assuming
with different numbers of teams, possibly.
So there has to be negatives to, because I guess I don't know what the negatives would be. What else does the SEC want? If they have to reconcile the fact that the Big Ten is competitively stable, what would be the downside of saying we're going to be one of two super conferences that are still going to compete against the Big Ten? Do SEC fans really want to just see the SEC compete against itself moving forward?
Not based on what I hear from SEC fans.
We're no longer looking at 5 conferences having to come to an agreement, Mark. We're looking at 2. So, I don't know. I could be totally off, but can Sankey and Warren, again, I know it's not quite like professional sports where you have a commissioner, you have owners, you have GMs and whatnot. You're dealing with athletic directors, you're dealing with chancellors and presidents, but whoever the powers are on the SEC side and the powers that be on the Big Ten side, I would just hope with less powers involved, you eliminate the Pac-12, you eliminate the ACC and the Big 12. I think you could come to some sort of agreement and bypass what is a lack of leadership at the top in college football.
I agree with all of that, but there will be casualties along the way. It most likely cannot work out perfectly to where everyone who is currently included, meaning the halves of the Power Five, are going to continue to be it's possible, but it's remotely possible.
It's all changing, Mark. I think we can agree on that. The landscape is changing, and it's there's a lot of ways this could play out, and it could. We saw yesterday that everything is so fragile that it can change within hours. The scene of college football can change within hours.
We have had a tremendous crowd here that has ranged anywhere from 450 to like 730 throughout the last several hours. So I would hope that many of you that are still on the line that are not aware of Corey's channel from the Hawkeye of the Storm would head on over there. It is Iowa football, basketball discussion practically every day, all the time, live streams, call-in shows. And it's a great time. And so even if you don't like Iowa football, if you're a football fan, and you're probably a pretty strong junkie if you're here with us after all these hours, then you're going to join Corey at from the Hawkeye of the Storm right here on YouTube. And if you have yet to subscribe here at the Voice of College Football, please do as well. And keep in mind that most of these helmets behind me represent team channels that we have, and we've got 25 of those. So please navigate yourself to your favorite team channel, Voice of College Football, fill in the blank, Alabama, Florida, Ohio State, Michigan, whomever. There are 25 of those. And I will make this one ask, even if you're not an LSU fan or a West Virginia fan in particular, please subscribe there. We would like to get those channels in particular to 1,000 real soon.
And to answer Go Knowles FSU, I appreciate this question. Sorry to take over here, Mark, but I do appreciate this question. Yesterday was all about Caden Proctor on the Iowa channel. If you don't know who Caden Proctor is, he's a 5-star tackle who committed to Iowa. Yesterday is the highest rated recruit Iowa has ever landed, Mark. So as you can probably predict, I spent less time talking about this story, even though it's the biggest story in college football this calendar year, and maybe in years, and more time talking about the Caden Proctor story, which I thought unfortunately got a bit overshadowed. You know, I said that on Twitter yesterday. Had Caden Proctor announced one day prior, it would have been perfect. And it's not his fault. It just so happened that from a national perspective, one could argue that it somewhat got overshadowed nationally because of this story with the Pac-12 and the Big Ten, which is unfortunate because, I think it deserves national recognition. You land the number 1 tackle in the country. That's a national storyline. So, but I will be talking about it more to our user who's asking about it. So yes, subscribe to the channel, and appreciate all the support here, and appreciate you, Mark, for inviting me on the show.
Absolutely. Thank you, Corey. We will be covering this and whatever else develops here with college football with, keep in mind, Conference Media Day is only a couple weeks away right here at the Voice of College Football. See everybody soon.